And then, I wasn't sure. Oh, perfect, good, you're perfect timing.
No, I'm leaving.
You're leaving, why?
Well, I just got here, can't
No,
stay.
I was just gonna let you guys know, it's time to go. So once you guys get settled, hot chicken and everything is in the conference room right around the corner. Help you guys, help yourself, okay?
Sure, I thought they said there wasn't gonna be food.
No, this was in another night, okay?
Yeah.
Anyway, we have food, and there's water and drinks and things like that.
Oh, well,
The other two things,
wouldn't have sat in the parking lot eating dinner if I'd have done that.
help yourself, and there's cookies too.
So they said last week, that we said there wasn't anything here.
Not this one.
Yeah, no, we sat there and I said there was gonna be dinner.
I know.
Everybody said no.
So the other thing is, when I uploaded Board Docs on Friday, I had this attachment, and then it changed this morning around noontime or something, so I uploaded the newer version. So I wasn't sure when you looked at it, if you looked at it later on this afternoon, or if you looked at it earlier on. So this is the updated version, the hard copy for you. The
Okay.
Board Docs does have it, but I wasn't sure when people were looking. So, Gary, this is the hard copy one, and this is just a little reminder, so you guys can look at it. So everything from the 8th has been moved to the 7th, so you have the 8th free.
Okay.
Okay? Does that sound good?
Yeah, okay.
So
I just noticed that on the door, I'm glad.
So help yourself to some food, everything is posted.
How are you?
Good, how are you? Good. Got it.
Well, very, very well.
It's about 5. It is 5. This is on.
We did an inspection of it already, so we got the results. I noticed it was on high $20,000.
Seen Curtis the other day.
Yeah, he's doing it.
Yeah, Walmart, just walking around like nothing. I'm like, wow. How are you doing, Curtis? Good. Just strolling around, I'm like, oh, cool.
We got really good news, though.
Good.
How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Good.
You wanna see in here?
It was the best news I could have had.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you, Cory? Oh, actually, they messed up the stress test.
Need something? Get something for you? Yeah, let me get
Oh,
your
good.
one. Go ahead up there and I'll get your cleaner, okay?
I was really worried.
Oh, you're good.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
That is what you wanna hear.
Yeah.
Couple things. One is, in the conference room, all my chicken, stuff, food, and sugar, and everything.
Okay.
And this is the workshop, this is for the meeting. When I uploaded it, this wasn't good version. We had a newer version that we done.
Okay.
So I wanted to make sure I had a correct version.
Okay, awesome.
Everything's on the 8th, tomorrow night. So we have a night off.
Oh.
I'm so excited.
Awesome.
I'm excited about that.
Yes, I am.
I was like, 3 days, too.
Okay, so get settled and I will refresh the candy in between. Okay, guys, you're very welcome. Anything else?
No, that's good.
Okay.
Gerald, did you get my email today?
I did, yep, and I responded to it, so thanks for that.
Yeah, no problem.
Appreciate it.
No problem. You got yours fixed?
Hmm?
You got yours fixed?
Yeah, if you check it online, you have to use Outlook instead of it was like mailed out, raw dash line.
Yeah, this, whatever this is.
Yeah, so if you go to Outlook now, not the program, on the web, then you can.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Darrell, how are you? Food in the other room. You want me to grab you one? Water, yeah.
Okay? Yeah, so, okay. She did them all together.
Go right Yeah, how is, Curtis?
You got my great. Everything dressed up with Talia, raw.
Oh,
that
wonderful.
little stuff we need to do, those were really good.
We still have to figure out what they say.
I suffer from that every now and then. They've done everything they call or study me and have stuff on me and on and on, and I don't, $50,000 later, thank God for insurance. They're like, well, I don't know. I'm serious. Then you went into other stuff, and I'm like, no, not until you know. I go to the heart doctor, dark flash, I am.
But it was good news.
Oh, yeah.
I was very happy. I did. I just feel like, they all were like, and I was like, oh my God. They told us originally that both, two of the bypasses had failed. And they had coronary arteries. Okay. All right. Well,
That's not good.
one of his bypasses, one bypass was fine. So there was good. And then the other one, it did disappear, but the actual bypass is, so, mechanically all fine. So no coronary artery disease.
Yeah, there you go. And I'm only eating out of gills.
That's a near miss, huh?
We were expecting the worst kind of.
That's why they call it.
Yeah, go, get everybody, go get some food.
Here's your vegetables, sir.
Oh, they're so yummy, I ate them already. I have a hard time not eating those, just right at, gobble gobble.
I'm not your mom, I won't believe it.
Just wanna make sure you have well-balanced diet.
I have a diet.
He has a balanced.
I have a diet.
Okay.
He has a balanced diet, 2 pounds in each arm.
Right. There was a day,
Oh, I'm good, thank you. It smells really good.
there was a day.
My friend and I used to go to AMW, we buy a dozen mama burgers and get a gallon of root beer, and that was all right.
Right?
Yeah.
When I was, in high school wrestling, 2 footlongs at Subway was just, that was a standard meal. And I could run those 2 sandwiches as fast as anybody could eat a regular one. Just, Do you know who did the food?
All the high school kids went in there at one time, poor gal was driving her nuts.
No, it's a new restaurant.
The antelope?
this is a good time to ask any questions that you have. Each of the budgets has been prioritized and in ranking of importance, so hopefully that is really helpful. If you feel, as the council, that you feel something needs to be prioritized differently, feel free to let us know that too. I think, as you represent the citizens here, I think there's definitely, room for getting that feedback is really important. So, with that, we'll go ahead and start here. Another comment, I guess, is we don't know that tonight we're discussing, we aren't making any decisions on capital budget items tonight, but we are trying to prioritize so that when we get to the point that we're ready to make a decision, you feel comfortable with the prioritization of what we have and how much you'd like to be able to spend towards the different projects. And as we get a little bit further along the road, we will be able to give you a budget, a number of this is what we feel that we can spend. Let us know how you want to prioritize that. So hopefully that helps. All right, I'm going to turn the time over to Bud. Looks like he's going first.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, I'm here tonight to request, monies for our capital budget for 2021-22. I'm gonna start off with our water treatment. And we'll start off with, that's what I've got it.
Sorry, guys.
So, water treatment plant. The first item is, springs collection rehabilitation. I'd like to budget $150,000 for this. This is the first year engineering cost for the rehabilitation project for the springs south of Rollins to optimize water recovery in order to bring more spring water flow into the treatment plant and to, make the spring locations more secure to prevent intrusions. This is gonna be like a 5-year project, but this first year is this is just for the engineering part of it. The second item is a new air compressor for the water treatment plant. We installed one this year, and the other one is, an older compressor, and we need a backup. These compressors run everything in the plant, on all the valving and everything, and this one's gonna be used to replace that old compressor. Third thing I have is tank painting. There was a inspection done last year on our water distribution tanks, or at least one of them, the one at the hospital, and I'd like to budget $25,000 to have the inside painted. And that's according to the recommendation of the, inspection of the tank. We have a couple of meters that we wanna replace, and I need to budget $10,000 for 2 replacements. One of them is at the springs, and the other one is at the treatment plant. We're not getting accurate readings from them, and it's hard to tell exactly what we're bringing into the plants. The pre-treatment plant is gonna need some work done on it to start it. We won't need it this year, but we might need it next year, depending on the drought situation. And we need that in place to treat the river water if we start using it from the plat. So I'd like to budget $100,000 to get that in operation. And we need to, design another 20-inch transmission line from the treatment plant to 21st Street. That line is, 47 years old. It's the only line going to the, high-pressure side of the Rollins, distribution system. And we've had several leaks on it. So we need the engineering on that is gonna be around $50,000. The last thing in the water treatment is a new pickup. We'd like to trade in a 2000 Dodge we have out there. Most of our trucks are old and high mileage. And we'd like to trade in the 2000, get a half ton, and we need $30,000 to budget for that. that's all of our water expenditures. That comes to a total of about $390,000. At our wastewater plant, I'd like to budget $45,000 for a new skid steer loader. We'd like to trade in two 1992 skid steer loaders. One of them belongs to the wastewater plant. It's been in the shop for about 10 months, so they can't get the schematics to fix it, and they're really having an issue with it. And the other one, was a trade-in, well, it wasn't a trade-in, we gave it to a different department in 2013 when they bought a new skid steer. And was given to the streets department, and we used it out there at the wastewater plant, and then that flood happened, and it flooded that too, so it's done a lot of damage to it. And it probably costs more to try to fix it than it's worth. So I'd like to trade both of those in to get one new one for the wastewater plant. And all the attachments for the ones that we use where the city fits, just about all those skid steers, so it could be utilized in other departments also. Another thing we'd like to do at the wastewater plant is start putting fencing around it. That's gonna be broken down into a 5-year project, and it's gonna run about $50,000 a year, so we'd like to start it this year with a $50,000 to do the front part of it in a gate. And it's gonna be needed to secure the property, and a lot of it is, for the security of the place, is to keep people from just willy-nilly being able to go in and out of it. We have, 3 check valves on our main sewer pumps that are bad, and I'd like to budget $30,000 to replace those 3 main check valves. They're not holding at all. We have a new, aeration system installed on our aeration ponds out of the lagoons, but it's gonna cost like $10,000 or $50,000 every 10 years to maintain it, but it's in a 10-year period. So what I'd like to do is budget $5,000 a year, so at the end of 10 years, we'll have all the money for it. We have 4 slide gates that we need to install at the wastewater plant to isolate wastewater flow, so as to facilitate repairs or replacements. Right now, there's a lot of places we had to really a heck of a time isolating. We put plugs in lines, sandbagged, got pumps going. If we have 4 different locations with slide gates, we could just use those in emergencies. We also have a 30-inch pump line coming off our pumps inside the pump station that pumps the water up to the lagoons, showing signs of rust, and I think we should look at really replacing that, and I put in $100,000 to replace that line. That would be the only other avenue of water getting into the treatment plant and flooding it if something happened, and there was no way to actually isolate it. We'd like to get a new compressor for the aeration ponds also. Right now, we're running, 1 compressor, 100 horsepower compressor. We have one that's being fixed, so we'll have a standby. So this coming budget, I'd like to put a new compressor, 75 horsepower compressor in there, and we're probably looking at a savings of about $1,500 a month on power. And I'd like to put one in this year and one next year. And to install one, buy it and install it was gonna be around about $100,000. And we have our SCADA system. This will affect both the wastewater and the water. We use Timberline for our SCADA system, and I'd like to have them under a service contract. They're gonna come out when we get pumps and everything going and spend 3 days with us for a cost of $5,000 to update all of our alarms, go through our system, make sure everything's running right, and do all the checks on it. I'd like to try to have this $5,000 put in every year for maintenance on all of our SCADA system and security. I think that'd be a kind of a cheap way to keep everything up to date without having to worry about it so much. And that's basically what I have for the chapel and our wastewater and water.
Start off with this. First of all, on the, springs, I strongly support that. I've been after that for a long, long time. I go out there sometimes with my four-wheeler, look around, and I always wonder, oh, we're gonna get some work done to protect the spring, and there were some items that were left on the side, even where people have gone,
Yeah.
bottles and things like that.
Well, it's not only people that can really get into it either, there's a lot of cattle and stuff that really can do some damage to it if they get in there.
Exactly, and then there were some guys up there, they had, four-wheelers, and they were up there checking it out, whatever they do. But having said that, I think that's a real important project. The second question I have is, how you gave us this, are they priorities to you, are they?
I think the order I gave it was, the priorities I'd like to see.
That you would like to see, okay?
Yes.
Yeah, so we'll make those decisions.
So it's different than what was listed and how the priorities was listed, right?
It was reverse.
We have the priorities on here, and if we need to tweak those a little bit, but they should be pretty accurate.
So I got all of them opposite, right, like, almost, that.
We had
What do you mean?
I think we had two versions, and then he was starting to talk off a different
So
version, but
we,
what you
we
have
did
is
our,
correct.
yeah, we did our first one where we had it, so that's how he presented it, but on your sheet it's prioritized 1 through,
Okay, so he
Okay.
listed them, he read them off different than
yeah.
what,
Yeah, that's
What's in
that's
front of
kind
you,
I didn't
sir?
wanna- because I see there.
We just didn't have this ahead of time we were still tweaking it a little bit with Jody, so that's on me, not the employees, but it is prioritized on there.
Yeah, the reason I
That's what we
said,
were all huddling
the reason
about
I said
super
that,
quick.
he has some equipment there that's, and I'm just speaking for myself, that would be more of a priority to me than a pickup. You see what I'm saying? I
Oh,
mean, you've
yeah,
got some stuff in
for
there
sure.
that are, to me, are real, should be higher than a pickup, but the way it was written out, it looked, that's why I was asking,
Well,
was
I
that
did,
just?
yeah, I did have that last of that.
Yeah, and I'm not opposed to a pickup, don't get me wrong, but
Right.
if push came to shove and we needed a compressor, I can tell you I would support a compressor, things that we have to make his job easier,
Right.
that's what I meant.
You mentioned fencing, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's not on our, list. Was that,
On
what was the
wastewater?
topic of that again? Was that wastewater or the?
That was wastewater.
yeah, it's not on there. Right, on the treatment plant?
I don't see it.
The second page, down at the very bottom under treatment plant, number 1, spring collection rehab, 2.5 miles, first year engineering, is that what it is?
No.
I think it was,
No, it's, we listed that on wastewater, but the sewer fund, but it's under treatment fund.
So we have actually fencing too out in 23, not this coming year.
Oh, okay.
We worked in the department, we built out, we've got our kind of 10-year plans, but we're trying to focus just on this coming year.
Okay, I didn't know if it needed to be listed.
And this will come kind of later, once we get through this budget year. I think we're gonna start doing like some quarterly things with staff and building this 10-year plan out a little bit better. But for the budget, just this year.
So that 50,000 for the fencing is not considered
That's
in this budget?
in 23,
Okay.
sorry.
So,
It's important.
We pause just for 1 second. I should have mentioned this before, what Danielle just mentioned, you see this one that has like built out 10 years out. So this is the one, we're not really focusing on this too much this year because it needs quite a bit of work, but the whole point of us putting this in here is just to let you know that there's, even though it doesn't show up in this next fiscal year's budget, we are looking way beyond just the next fiscal year's budget, and this is just kind of a taste of other years, but we are focusing on this other document.
And so what we're doing tonight is a starting point, because we have so many new people that we're gonna revamp the one that has all of the points like Sean just said. And we're gonna redo all of that and, let everybody do what they need to do, and instead of what's being inherited. And so this is a snapshot of what we need from there in 2022 fiscal year.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
So, I got a quick protocol question, I think it's probably for you, Sean. I get that we're just getting this information right now, right? This is just here's my whole list, you're gonna always ask for the heavens, right? I get that. Are we, is part of these later nights going to be to sit down and look at what this is versus what everybody else's heaven request list is, and how the budget is reflected over the coming years with,
Now, what I had asked
does that make sense what I'm asking? Because it's one thing to get all these, but there's no perspective with the rest of the.
Yes.
What I have asked everyone to do is give their need, no one, but just need, and prioritize them as most important to least important. And so that's what they have done, everybody has done, and they have prioritized those, so that you can kind of prioritize how much you wanna spend, because at the end, when we're all done, it's gonna be several million, and then we have to whittle that down. And within the next week or so, it'll tell you how much money we can spend on capital items. And so, you can weigh in on that. Does that help?
Yes, it did. I just wanted to make sure that there was, I mean, I knew there was more discussion, but that there was more discussion, right? Like,
Yeah, and there's, no padding, I've asked them not to pad, and so it really is as accurate as we can get right now.
Okay.
But, of course, reality, when we actually go to purchase it, will be higher or lower. So this is as accurate as we can get them, that's what I've asked for.
Okay.
Also, by tomorrow, you'll have, right now, you're just seeing all public works, everything related there, but tomorrow, you'll see all the rest of the departments, so you're gonna have a full picture by tomorrow on campus.
Am I correct in thinking it's just like a wish list, this is what everybody wants, and then we'll have to go through and see how much money we
No.
have, and then prioritize them?
This is not a wish list.
This is a want list, or a need
This
list.
is a need list.
needs list.
This is
That's what
need.
you mean by padding, right?
Yeah, there is.
Well,
no
I
padding
understand
in
that,
front of
but are we gonna be able to afford everything they're suggesting?
Absolutely not.
So then that's why I call it a wish list, is because it's not, it's what they feel they have to run their departments correctly. And then we'll have to decide out of that the priorities.
Yes, and this is just the first stepping stone, if you will, to figure out what really needs to happen. That's the second, charts that you have that Sean showed you. That's the 10-year plan. So we're gonna basically start that over, we're gonna revamp it, we're gonna relook at it. Quarterly, we're going to meet to discuss who needs what and how are we going to do it. Ultimately, I want to have it spread out over time, where we can get to that point. But right now, we have so much we have to review, that we can't give that to you yet. But that's what we're working toward. So next year will be better than this year.
And that's why I brought up the fact that
Okay.
when they talk a pickup, and then we talk about a lot of, equipment that we have to have, that he needs to have to make his job easier.
Yeah.
So, like the mayor was saying, that we'll look over this and we'll say, well, this is our priority, this is a good
Yep.
thing, but this is more important.
Yes, it's your decision. That's why we wanna do it in, sections and not dump everything on you at one time. So we want you to get what the feel is tonight for Public Works, but give you time to think about it and come back on the 13th, a week from now, to give us an idea, so you can have time to really think about it. So tomorrow, we'll have Public Work, or we'll have, the police, the fire, and Parks and Rec. And so that will give you everything. Does that help?
Councilman Weisenberg?
You had mentioned fencing, I understand it's not on there, and that's a project for 2023, right, starting, but is that a higher priority necessity than some other things on here? I mean, I just know you brought that up.
Well, so that would be the discussion that we have later.
Yeah, I just
Do we
wanna
wanna
know.
fast track that, or?
Yeah, I just wanna know how it fits on their priority list, so no way it was brought up often.
I didn't catch that, it was.
So they had mentioned fencing to start in 2023.
Chris, I gotta say the fencing would probably be lower. So the SCADA system is incredibly important. I think
Okay.
we've all learned this multiple times now. And then the slide gate, that is additional protections to help us to block different areas off, to eliminate things if we needed to, going back, flowing, or different things.
Okay.
And then that 30-inch pump line, like, I literally have nightmares about the wastewater plant right now. Stevie can attest to this. If that line breaks, it will flood the plant again. There is nowhere to isolate this line at all. So if you guys, someday, we'll take you out to the wastewater plant. Some of you have been. We have dry wells, and this line is right above that. So if it breaks, it's literally right in the plant. And I'm not kidding you, I have nightmares. I like have this fear, and I'm gonna be like, Sean, we flooded again. Yeah.
You know, I know we discussed.
So we do have some major things.
I know we discussed the springs. I guess my question is, why do we need so much engineering on protecting those springs? I mean, when you're just talking, whatever material you use, whether it's chain link or whatever you.
Well, it's not only including fencing, they're trying to double the, output of the springs,
Oh,
so
okay,
we
I see
won't
what
have
you're saying.
to rely on the Flat
Okay,
River.
and I was just looking at the protection part about it.
Yeah, there's a full scope to that, 'cause it's protection, it's replacing that, wood safe pipeline that we have. It's work, they think that we could potentially pull more from the springs, which, I don't know, we need engineering. That springs rehab, the whole kind of scope of everything is a $5 million project. So the other side that the engineering will really be able to help us with is to get timelines, in place to go forward and apply for some grant funding. And a big component for any grant funding we go for, we're gonna need the engineer's cost, the timelines, and those different
And would we
components.
be talking about maybe setting some money aside for enlarging, where we take our intake, so where we get more water, versus protecting the springs so that, you know, it's taken care of, we don't have the cows in there and the people throwing stuff in there, whatever. That's what I'm looking at, and that would be a separate issue than spending, putting a lot of money into it, but maybe looking at putting some money aside for it, build it up, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Because
it just is all kind of meshed and merged together, the whole scope. So where do we need the fencing? Where is it gonna be the most beneficial? What I don't wanna do is say we need $100,000 and we just go slap up some fence, and then we find really we needed it over here. So that's all part of that.
I agree with you, what I'm saying is, I don't know if it would take a lot of engineering to figure out where we'd like our fence. You see what I'm saying? Versus where we take our water from, where we wanna make it larger so we can bring water into town.
Well, that's what she's saying, is that if we just go through a fence up right now, then maybe it needs to change where the fence should be based on excavating that to make it bigger.
And that, I understand that, what I'm saying is, how
So
much engineering is it gonna take to do that, just to build the fence?
Well, it's the engineering for the whole project, not just the fence.
Okay.
So if they, once they figure out how the expansion of the thing has, then we figure out where the fence
Isn't
goes.
it actually two projects?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I guess for us, it's hard to separate that out because we need to know what it's gonna be in the future to move forward. So I can't make a decision on fencing without knowing these other pieces and components. So I do get what you're saying, but I can't unlink them because they're so dependent on each other. So I don't know what the cost would be just to find out where fencing would go, because I think it's gonna go back to that they can't find that out until we know what are they going to look like.
But you're probably right, arguably, the actual engineering of the fence is gonna be relatively low.
Yes,
Right, that'll just get thrown in there after they figure out the
Hopefully,
hard.
it's all gonna be in one package.
Yeah, but once they engineer how to and where to disturb or not disturb or whatever to enlarge the spring, that will dictate where the fence goes.
Correct.
So, the actual engineering on the fence probably wouldn't be much, but you have to do the engineering to know where the fence goes and then just basically build a fence.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm looking at, based on where we're at, financially,
Sure, oh,
to
absolutely.
determine what we want done first, I would think.
Well, and how much we could do in 1 year.
Exactly.
Well, and that's the other thing too, with the engineering costs, we can look at phasing this project in. They can tell us where our critical points are. I mean, right now, we have a 104-year-old Wood State pipeline that has a 100-year life. Is that our critical
I had the
point?
opportunity to work on that, a lot of miles of putting tar and banding the pipe and digging it up. I know all about the pipe. I was just getting at a point where, when we get this, I want to be looking at what's a priority and what's the easiest thing to do first. And I know that working with the water part of it is gonna be the bucks. That's the one that's gonna cost, so, do we all wanna, we don't wanna do this, we wanna do, like you said, phase it in. So
And when we have the engineering completed on this project, we're gonna bring it back to you guys and talk to you about it, because, like, I think Bud made the comment, this is phase one, to get the engineering so that we know how to move forward, how we can fund it, and come back to you guys with those numbers and plans. So you're gonna see all of that again, but we need this first part. We've got some good momentum to keep moving forward and get this project going in the right direction. I mean, just last year, we adopted the source water protection plan, and you guys, council, have done some things, and staff, to really move us forward in the right direction. So now we gotta do the funding portion.
Okay, because it seems like when I get to discussing projects, we end up talking engineering. And everything we do is engineering. And, I mean, not everybody thinks that way. I've had staff people tell me, well, we could do this in-house, we don't need an engineer, that type of thing.
Well,
But
water
if we're
and
gonna go
sewer-
for grants, we're gonna need engineering.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
And when we
That's
go
already-
for permitting, we're gonna
I
need an
understand
engineer
that.
stamp and,
And I agree with you. Yeah, you have to have numbers to present to these people that we apply for the grant.
Councilman Weisenberg?
So that 150,000 is strictly engineering alone?
correct.
And is that for the whole project, for the whole 5-year project then? Or how?
That is going to be design, like, timeline. Once you actually start constructing, if we decide to hire an engineer as a project manager, that's a completely different cost. So this would be for like full design, whatever the cost, the phases, the, whatever that looks like, and then how we implement it moving forward will be up to us.
Okay.
I can tell you it's a good project. I'm supportive of it. I'm just concerned about the bucks.
You just don't wanna pay for it.
Well, we don't either, but we really need that water. Without water, we don't have a community.
That's right, that's right.
I mean, that is probably, honestly, in Public Works, one of the more important projects that we're proposing to you guys tonight.
You know, one year we had an engineering company come in here and tell me, and tell the council, we're gonna reroute the water line. We're gonna go down Adams Reservoir and come out the other side and changed it. And the thing was, the council at the time said, well, what's wrong with what we got? The routes are working fine. We don't need to reroute the system. So anyway, it didn't go far, but that was a big discussion with an engineering firm back then, to reroute our water system. And so, anyway, that's getting far away from it. I agree with what you're doing. I think it's a good plan.
My other question with that though, I guess, is, do you have an idea of the grants that would be available after the engineering phase is done?
So mineral royalties grant funding through SLIP is available, and, we also have the ability to do Wyoming, Water Development Commission funding, and we are pretty highly ranked. I think through SLIB, on the intended use plan, we're ranked, number 9 there, and then on the water development side, do they use that, or they do their own
They do
weird
their own,
thing?
they do their own, yeah.
Part of their thing, like having that source water protection plan would help with that funding too. So there are funding sources out there. And I believe it's our intent at this point, unless we find out something completely new, is to go for the MRG funding because of our position there and because they've identified this as a high priority project for the state of Wyoming.
I guess on the good side too is getting prepared for it and putting everything together would be ahead of the game, because I know that the federal government, I'm guessing too, that hopefully the federal government's gonna throw a lot of money to the state where we can apply for funding for water. So I think there's gonna be a good chance that we're gonna get some good money out of it.
And historically, they have been more favorable in funding projects that are designed ready to go. There's been people that have applied for grants to them, they've not been ready and they've been turned down, I would say, the last 5 years, every time.
Plus the SLIB board is always, more favorable to communities that have a start, that already have some money invested in what they're trying to do.
Right.
So when we get up there, we can tell them, oh, we put this much money in already, and we need some help.
I don't think they're any different than a lot of boards, you know, you go there with a good plan, you have all the answers, you have the engineering done, it removes all doubt, makes it more secure, makes it just easier for them to make a decision. The other thing is once the engineering's done and we identify all the specific things, I think then and only then will you know what grants, might apply, because we might find special circumstances in there and then have other funding sources. So I just don't think we can start backwards. I think we have to start forwards and have it engineered so we know everything we can possibly know about it, and then go out and solve the problems it presents.
I agree. Okay, you guys would like, we'll stay with water and sewer, and we'll have Ben come present the distribution and collection side, since they're kind of merged together.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, bud.
Hi, Honorable Mayor, City Council. I got a few things to present to you tonight, and I also have some printouts of it, if you guys would want that with the pictures, so you see what I'm talking about.
And this portion is, water.
Yep, should be on the same 2 pages, it'll be the top half of each page.
Okay, thank you.
So on, number 4, there it says water meters and upgrades and replacement. We've already been installing the iPro meters for a few years now, and, on the sheet here, it says, fund for the Ally meters. They do pressure monitoring, and, can read the pressure drops in your water system, or PRV failure, they read temperature, anything like that, can help us troubleshoot something that's going on in the field. We already bought all of the Ally meters to monitor town, so those are already done and paid for. We're asking to budget $200,000 for the next 5 years to replace all the radios and meters in the city of Rawlins. I installed an Ally meter at my house, kind of like a test subject, and I kind of hurt myself because I used 1,800 gallons more of water this month compared to last month and compared to last year. So I guess it's reading more water. So the iPros are just as accurate as the Ally meters.
So these are the individual meters that go to
Yeah.
the individual houses?
Yeah, the 3
Can I ask a question, and I'm sorry, probably getting out of order here, but, are there meters on the main lines? So,
Just the service taps. The only meters that we have on the mains would be for treatment, what they do. So, trailer parks, all the parks around town for the city of Rawlins, all the businesses have the meters inside their businesses, and all the houses are meter pits.
the reason I ask is there was, like, I had a lot of water in my crawl space, and I'd been pumping it for 2 years. The city fixed 3 water leaks within a half a block. know, how all
With
of
these
that.
ally meters, we can read the pressure around town with the different elevations. Like some areas of town, we have 35 pounds of pressure up at the top of Colson. But at the bottom, low end of our high pressure zone on the northwest corner of Colorado and, Murray, he has 122 pounds. So possibly if we had some more ally meters in your area where you live, you could see it's like steady, it's dropping off here, we probably have a leak.
I see.
So we'd be able to monitor for leaks that way.
I just wondered if these would do that, and that's good that they do.
Yep.
Good.
Like we had our PRV failure,
Oh, I'm sorry, well, that's fascinating. So would you be able to isolate that to a particular, I mean, would you just know that it was in an area, or would you actually be able to really track it down to, say, a block or even to a house?
Well, after this, we have a leak detection, radio detection equipment we're gonna budget for. So we'd be able to narrow it down to a smaller area, then use that equipment to find it.
Okay, so you would recognize like a pressure drop and say, okay, well,
Correct.
this quadrant of this area,
And we broke down each
and then you
area.
could go in and start looking down individually.
And we got our maps we'll present to you guys later tonight too. It's pretty cool what we've been doing with our GIS system. We've been putting all the meters on the different areas of town. It's really neat.
Sorry, I just got lost in that.
We had an area of town, still have an area of town that, we weren't able to install meters because they froze.
Mm-hmm.
Are these meters protected like that for freeze-ups and things of that nature?
Well, if it comes down to that, we'll install new meter pits and lower the water line.
What's that again?
We can, if it's freezing because of like a shallow water line, we'll go back to our division and lower the water lines and install new meter pits so they don't freeze.
I see.
And I don't know if the reason was because the water table was so low that when they get those meters down there, they would freeze.
Hmm.
We ended up not putting meters, telling them that,
Where at?
all of the Glen Edition.
Oh, yeah,
We
well, there's
did- yeah,
old
we charge
meters
a
in
flat-
there,
We
but,
charge a flat rate,
yeah.
not knowing how much they use or not, we just kind of take an average, this is what, how much water a horse drinks, and that's what we go by, I guess.
Yeah, I've
So
seen,
my
I've
question
seen some
is
old
that-
meters over there.
Are there meters that would prevent that from happening, today's meters, not the ones that we put in 25, 30 years ago?
From freezing?
What's that?
Keep them from freezing?
Yes.
You'd have to heat tape them and insulate them. And that's what they do at a lot of these, trailer parks, because they're outside. They have to heat tape them and insulate them and put them in like a doghouse or a box, and if you don't do that, then they freeze and break.
So they're no better that way than the old ones.
It doesn't have to follow.
Yeah. Actually, the new iPros, they will expand to a higher rating than, the old brass meters will, because those used to just crack and split and break.
Yeah, right.
I think these ones have like 15 to 20% more leeway for the freeze.
Almost like PEX pipe compared to copper then.
Yes, yeah, you can pinch it off, you can let it expand.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they still freeze and break,
Yeah.
but they're more resilient. So with those, ally meters and iPearls, this also includes like our Omni meters and our C2, T2s, those are the 1.5 inch or larger meters. Like the parks, the industrial buildings, stuff like that. The cool thing with those Omni meters is there's a smart gateway system, kind of like the Ally, it reads the pressure and everything like that, but it also does a chlorine residual. So we'd be able to get live data from the city, all over the city, of a chlorine residual, so if something's dropping off, when you top the treatment, they can add more, or adjust their chlorine dosage at the treatment plant. And we've been installing these Omni meters since I've started, 3 years ago, so.
How many meters are in town?
3,804. So if we did this in the next 5 years, $200,000 a year for the meters and the radios that transmit the signals to the base stations, it would have to do about, it's like 2.78 meters a day, so 3 meters a day. We'd have it done in 5 years.
And what was that package on that 200,000 you said?
$200,000.
A year for 5
You
years.
said it transfers data to the base station, does that also transfer the water usage? at the
Yeah.
residence also, to a base station?
Yeah, we go to both the towers in town, then it goes to our analytical system where finance does the billing, and we check for leaks every morning. We get on there and make sure if there's a high water usage, we'll investigate it, then we'll talk to the homeowner or go shut the water off.
So there's no more, a meter reader pretty much going around to
No,
check
we
it?
haven't had one for
Yeah.
a few years.
Cool.
Ben, on the 200,000, I know, I was really fascinated by it, we had this conversation.
I was gonna bring it up, I didn't wanna go too in-depth with
Oh,
the-
sorry, maybe I'm,
You can
you
go ahead.
to the punchline.
I sat down with Sean and Jody, and based on the revenue that we could generate off that, it was anywhere from 12 to 20% more accuracy for the iPearls. So within that 5-year period, we'd generate over $300,000 more in revenue off of water. So they would pay for themselves in 3.5 years or something like that.
Just auto add 1,800 gallons per year.
Well,
That's
for me, it's kind of, I seen that, I was with Tyrell, I was like, oh man, can I take that meter back out?
Do my house last.
Mayor's hungry,
I was
don't
like,
be
well, if I
greedy.
wanna do this, I better be the guinea pig, and I'm kinda regretting it.
Yeah, it's painless.
You guys got any more questions about the meters or anything? And like I said, I kinda gave you pictures on the back and then a brief description, if you guys wanna take that home and look at later.
Once I read all this, I'll probably have some, but
Cause I know on that front page, it said 477 was for the allies, but we already paid those are bought and paid for, so we don't have to pay for those, we bought 50 of them.
And is this a picture of the, am I jumping ahead, the half-ton service truck? Is that what that's about?
Yeah, that's a little ways down. We're going off of importance first, right, Joseph?
Pardon?
We're going off of importance first.
Well, then I'll let you get there before I bring it up.
And if you guys want any more literature or any other information on this, I got a pile of info for you guys. I'm sure you don't wanna read into it though, but I really like it, so. Any other questions on the meters then, or? You good?
I'll probably have some later, but
Next is a ditch cleaning bucket for utilities for our John Deere excavator. We have a winter bucket with frost heap to use now, and we have our gravel bucket. I'd like to purchase one, we range from 5,200 to like 8,000, so I was gonna budget $8,000 if we could. We started cleaning the drainage ditch to the golf course, cause it was backed up in the Taco Bell parking lot, and we're having a lot of runoff issues in that area. We cleaned that and it hasn't backed up in 2 years. So I'd like to go around town with a side dump and just slowly clean all these drainage ditches and get rid of all the trash, all the sediment. And with the FEMA thing coming along with the stormwater runoff and all those issues, I'd like to be ahead of the curve a little bit and get these ditches clean. Cause maybe if we have our storm drains and our ditches completely open, it might save people from having to buy insurance.
this bucket must be heavy duty, is what it is.
Yeah, it's instead of like a tear drape shop that's meant for digging, it's like a half round with a scooper. And it's made for cleaning ditches, it's 5 feet wide, so you can go pretty fast with it.
Might save us a little money if we had some curbs to keep the mud from going into the storm sewer.
There's a lot of stuff.
One year we had a city manager, and we went around, and trees were growing out of the storm sewer. I mean, literally, we had to go send people down there with some cutters to cut the.
I was the guy cutting the trees out there.
Yeah, I don't know what.
I believe he's familiar.
I've been there.
That was a mess. And we still have some areas.
Yeah, well, in some places, they don't have a curb and gutter and just goes to a catch basin. In other areas, it's off of, well, I know, like off of Green Acres, where all the dirt gets in the road and it's swept in the curb.
That's right.
There's quite a few trees that got out of there too, so.
Very costly.
But, yeah, I think that would be a good addition to have. It would only take up 2 of our guys to go around and clean these ditches out. I mean, just be in compliance a little bit more. If we ever do go over 10,000 people in Rollins, they're gonna hit us with some stormwater regulations, and it's gonna be a lot to catch up on, so.
You said you only had a frost bucket right now?
We have a gravel bucket too,
Oh, and a
but it's
gravel
only
bucket.
30 inches wide.
Okay.
So this one's got a flat, smooth surface on the lip and just nice smooth digging.
So is this water you're trying to control is on the blacktop, so it probably would save some wear on the blacktop too by having better drainage, is
Oh,
that
for
correct?
sure, the curb and gutter running down the drain and eating away the curb.
Get it out of there.
It'll help with beautification too,
Oh, I
which is
did,
another strategic goal.
Yeah.
It'll make those ditches look cleaner and nicer.
I did have all this written up, but that's a lot to do for everything, so. But that's why I figured, get the trash cleaned out of these ditches, get all the sediment out of there, have them flowing good, make it look nice. I think it'd be a good benefit to have done.
Absolutely.
All right, next one is leak detection. This kind of correlates with the first one with our water meters, how we can pressure monitor and do all that. This unit we wanna buy, they're kind of expensive, they're $18,000 to $23,000. But if you think about the time we spend in overtime looking for water leaks in the winter, I mean, we spend 36, 40 hours sometimes out there. If we could locate a leak in 30 minutes, that would make my crew a lot happier, and I'm sure the citizens of Rawlins as well. They're really neat, you can do or GPS with all this stuff. You can go around and survey your water lines, even if you don't have breaks, just to look for leaks, and that's a potential revenue loss right there as well.
How does it know if it's leaking? How does it know?
Well, you have like a sonde on a valve over here and another one here, and they send a sonic wave through your water lines. And then you can narrow down the frequency on it. It's really cool. I did a one-day demo in town with this guy last year. And you can narrow down the frequencies and the outside noise from like cars driving by, and you can actually hear water running.
Oh.
And we found a leak. It was really neat, so.
So is it like a MetroTech where you have to have a wire alongside the pipe too, or you just hook to both valve ends?
It sits on each valve and it goes off the sound waves in there.
Okay.
So is that, you would just install a new unit on the valve itself, is that?
It's just a temporary thing, you sit down there, it's like an earphone, kind of.
Oh, so like you would just hook it up and then use it, and then it's not a.
Yeah, behind it, there's like two little units that, 1 and 2, and it flags down and has the sound that sit on the valves. Then you can use, use your microphone to hear in the ground, and that's how you find your leaks.
It's not live leak detection, it's just,
What's that?
it's not a live leak detection, it's just when you guys notice the pressure drops or things
Oh, we
go
can,
to an area.
we can preventatively go around and find leaks.
Okay,
I mean, it doesn't monitor for us.
right, that's what I was wondering.
But-
If it's-
With the meters that we can get, and we've seen pressure drops, and we wanna lower, like, there's been a lot of changes in our department, I'm trying to get everything to correlate and make it work easier, cause there's a lot of technology out there.
Sending a camera down your sewer pipe and then locating it at the other end with another meter that finds the camera.
Right.
They've been doing it to me this winter, 2 or 3 times.
Mhm.
I don't know, sewer lanes. Kind of neat.
Yep, that's
Fast too.
That's actually what's with this too. I kind of bundled them together with a new, locator that we located the snakes with.
Exactly.
Um,
And it'll tell you how deep the line is and
Yes.
everything.
yeah,
Yeah.
so with the leak detection and the new, locator, it would be, I'd like to budget 31,000 for both. This new locator has GPS capability, so we could use it to put in our GIS maps. Go back, plug into the computer, and it's not right on our map, it'll fix it for us. So while we're in the field doing the work already, you might as well take that information and just make it more accurate on our maps.
Oh, wow, that's awesome, because I know our maps are close, but they're not complete.
No,
I've actually looked for, I bought a piece of property and they said there's no water or sewer on it, and then I got with somebody that worked for the city for 100 years, they took me out and showed me, these are the manholes, there's the taps, but they didn't have them on record.
Yeah.
So I can't wait to get that GIS thing totally caught up, that will be really helpful for people.
we'll show you here in a
wanting to
little
do
bit, I
stuff.
think you're gonna really like it, we've done a lot with it. But like I said, about 31,000 for both those items, if we could, I think it would benefit us and just being more responsive and fast and efficient in our jobs. And our locator we have now is the RD 8000 model. And that one, the battery's dying on it, it's getting old, kinda getting wonky signals, so it's kinda harder to get a good read like we used to.
How old is it?
10 years old.
That's old for
Yeah.
electronics, yeah.
And the battery is like $1,000.
One the sewer company uses, they plug them in, they plug them into the electricity,
Mhm.
and then it puts their screen out, and they run their camera through, and they just get on wherever, they follow the camera with another device, scope or whatever, and then when it hits, it tells them where the problem is and how deep the line is.
Cause theirs works a little differently than ours, cause they hook power up to it, so they're detecting the power on it. Ours uses the clamps where it has a smaller amperage,
Okay,
so that's why we get a lot of interference
I
that
just
way.
wondered, yeah, okay,
Same concept, but just a little different.
but I was thinking in terms of battery versus electricity, power,
Oh, right, I see what you're saying.
all right, now, yeah,
We do a lot of locating on the prairie and stuff too, like
that's true
you
too.
know, from the treatment plant to
Yeah.
town and from here to Sinclair, we gotta locate those lines and.
Plus, as you carry a generator, too.
Yeah, you gotta have a generator on your back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
So, any questions about those?
I wanna play with them. There you go.
Well, if we get them, you're more than welcome.
Spend a day with them.
All right, next is the truck.
Yeah, forget the truck, no, I'm kidding.
So I'd like to budget $50,000 for a 1-ton, crew cab truck with a KUV CC body on it. It's a utility box. I think like Drummond has one kind of like that. It's a 1-ton truck crew cab, we can fit 4 guys on to go to a job site. We'll have the parts in the truck, we're not running back to the shop. We're not taking multiple vehicles to the job site, we're gonna have 1 vehicle, 4 guys in the backhoe. So some job sites, you got people coming from all over, and then we got 5, 6 work trucks there, a loader, a backhoe, 2 dump trucks, so we're done running stuff back and forth. But,
Hey, so on this, it says a half-ton truck, you said you need a 1-ton?
yeah, I did see that clerical error, I was gonna mention that, it would be a 3/4 or 1 ton, but the 1 ton would fit the chassis better.
Yeah, I was just looking at the picture, I'm like, that's nowhere near a half-ton to haul that.
Sorry, I was looking at
It's a
mine.
really big half ton.
Yes.
The half ton's my fault, I was going off memory, when I told Jody, I'm like, it's a half ton, so that's my fault, sorry.
Again. Okay, so 1 ton.
Yeah.
Thank
And,
you.
with that, also, I didn't have on here, we were gonna we have enough vehicles, we were gonna trade in, I think it's 2008 3/4 ton Dodge. The motor's already been replaced in it once, and it's knocking again. And then the other half-ton Ford, we've had the motor pulled out of it 3 times. So, it's 2 vehicles that are just kind of falling apart, because we use them a lot.
Okay.
Well, with the
So we
kind
get-
of weight you have, you'll need a 1-ton.
Yeah, well, we haul a lot of heavy trailers, and, I mean, that valve exerciser we have weighs like 16,000 pounds, it feels like.
Go tear up a smaller truck.
So you're asking 50,000 for that truck, but that would be some trade-in on top of that 50,000, so that could be reduced?
Oh, I'm sure it'd be reduced by
Okay.
quite a bit, yeah. I didn't get the quote back on the KUV body, and it's been like 2 weeks, so I was like, I'm just gonna put that on there. Hopefully it's better than what we thought.
Is that, you really, I was gonna say, that just seems kind of cheap for that truck, to be
Yeah.
honest.
Right. Well, what we
It's not
picked,
used, is it?
no, but what we picked that regular cab, 3/4 ton truck last time.
I think it was 28.
So 28,000 for a 3/4 ton, I mean, you'd make it a crew cab with, just the chassis, you're probably talking about 40,000.
So you're buying a cabin chassis is what you would buy, and then the box
The
separate?
company would build it,
Okay,
they would find the dealership, get the cabin chassis, and they put the box on
okay.
For the same price or in addition to?
it. Same price, it would be in this.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, so they just buy a cabin chassis instead of a full truck with a bed on it, just buy a cabin
Right.
chassis, and then that box with their bed would go on it, and it's a lot cheaper to do stuff that way.
Mhm.
And we get really good vehicle pricing because of the government rate. The dealerships make like nothing off of our vehicle purchases. So we get them really affordable. I mean, we just got that van for recycle center. Do you remember the exact cost for that? It was 20,
It's 31,000, I thought.
31. Either way, we get them really good prices on
Okay.
that.
I just was mostly worried if we're being realistic, that's all, I mean,
Yeah.
No, it's,
yeah, that's.
I've done my research.
I looked into it, he says.
I just think when we look at vehicle purchases, I think, one thing we need to consider is you get a good warranty with everything, right? But if we're purchasing a vehicle that isn't, a dealership around our area, we need to look into something like that so we can save money on
I
warranty.
was actually gonna talk to you guys about that. I told the guy from the company I preferred Dodge or Chevy,
Okay.
because they actually had a higher rating for the KUV body. I know we get a lot of stuff from Ford, but if it breaks down, we have to go out of town.
Yeah.
So he was gonna do all three, but I told him I prefer Chevy or Dodge, that way if it does break down, we have a dealership.
I'd like to kind of see a cost analysis on that, what it costs us to transfer those vehicles out one day.
Well, I've had, my old work truck, since I took this job, I took the half ton back. I've taken it for recalls Casper 4 times in less than 2 years. So you're paying an employee to drive all the way up there.
I think, I've had this
Yeah,
conversation,
It's definitely cheaper to go local where we have a dealership.
yeah, I've had the conversation too, you're right, so we're gonna look into it. Thanks.
What's this thing?
What's that?
This eyeball on a string or something?
Oh, that's a push-in camera that's the beginning of the next page after I'm done with the engineering here.
Oh, okay. I'm getting ahead of you, sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm talking too much.
Well, the engineering don't look as fun as this does, so.
It's kinda same as bug. I'd like to budget $150,000 for engineering for our water projects. I have JB trailer court line from Monroe all the way down to Washington Street replaced, which I had this on the list, but we've had like 3 water breaks there since Thursday, so I really hope this gets done.
Where's
Highland.
JB Trailer Court?
By Monroe and Water Street.
You go under the underpass, turn left, and on that road that's on the way to the corrals, that's where the.
Oh, that little one right there? Oh, okay.
Also, I have, Highland Hills from Glasgow all the way down to Inverness, with all the cul-de-sacs there I want completed or engineered. That way we have one area of town completely done with new infrastructure. Because in 2008, they did all the PVC north of Glasgow. I'd like them to continue it down to, Inverness and Edinburgh and tie into that project this year. And then that's all brand new, and then you don't have to look at it ever again, hopefully.
So is that 150 for each one of these projects, or would that do all 4?
This year we'll do all 4.
Okay.
Yeah. And then on Montana Street, same thing. We're gonna do I plan on doing some spot repairs or replacements around town, like real bad areas, but I would like to see complete areas done. So if we do the Montana Street job, that one would be from where they stopped, 2 years ago, Viper did, north of Murray Street, finished up Montana to that last area, then that part of the low, high pressure zone will be completely done. And then, Cedar and Front Alley, this is by the Pepsi warehouse heading to Sixth Street. That one is really deep too. It's like 13 foot, so when we have water breaks on it, it's really, it's a tough time to dig and work in. So I'd like to get those ones replaced and just make it safer for the guys.
And the 1 through 4 is over at priority, right?
Mhm.
So one is the worst.
Yeah, JB trailer court, yeah, because we don't have many breaks on Cedar in front, but I'd like to have that one done.
I got a call from somebody about those brakes, and he was telling me, when are you gonna replace them? And I said, I bet we find out next week, so thank you. I'll call him back.
There you go. That's all I had for the water fund part. Do you guys have any questions on that, or? Okay, the first one on here says a 3/4 ton truck would trade in. That's not on there. That was like for, I think I had it 2 or 3 years down. I might have put it in the wrong spot, so that's on me.
Same on the same,
Yeah,
Just save us
and
some
the 3/4 then?
yeah,
That's the number
So
5?
you're taking that off?
yeah. Because if we get that one ton, we're gonna get rid of 2 old trucks, and then we'll be a couple years off another one.
Do you wanna take the 3/4 ton off?
Yeah, because if we get that one ton, we won't need a budget for another truck, and we're getting rid of 2, so there's no point in trying to budget for it. I was thinking 2 or 3 years out at least on that.
Okay. So you're just
trying to
say
narrow my wish list down for Mr. Wycombe.
It took 40,000.
All of it's a wish list, just so you know.
I know.
Probably a lot of it'll come true, but
Really the only thing I had written up on this is that push and sewer camera, like Dabari was talking about, the one that you can video and watch. We have our tow behind unit, which is awesome, it does bigger sewer lines and we make documents and reports on it. But we have areas where there's, you know, intruding taps and stuff like that, we can't get our camera through and do a whole inspection. Or if it's like a big offset, we can't video it to know what's going on. And we've had to contract it out a couple times to have somebody come with their pushing camera to do it. So I'd like to be able to do this for even, we can use it on city buildings, if we need to use it to inspect city buildings, like a dog kennel or any place in town that has a smaller than 6-inch, sewer line.
So that'd just be from inside the building out,
Yeah, or we can do it from the manhole in, up the service lines.
and that's on just city property, would be used for that?
But we, around town up by, Schneeman or Mountain View, there's an area we had to video because there's a bunch of sediment, and we didn't know where it was coming in from, so we still haven't figured it out because we can't video to see where it's at. So we can clean it, but we don't know what's going on.
I'd like to hear that, that's my area.
so how long of a cable does this portable camera have?
I did a 200-foot cable, because we usually have 400-foot runs, you could go from upstream or downstream and probably meet in the middle. They make up to like 300 foot, but you're not gonna get that far.
Right,
So, I did 200 foot.
They're pretty expensive too, aren't they?
Yeah, what do I have on that?
I think the guy that did mine the other day said they were pretty high priced.
$3,400 to $6,000 usually, so we budgeted $5,500.
for this, is that, no, that's actually way cheaper than I thought. it would
Well,
be.
our tow behind sewer camera, just the camera head is $20,000.
Right.
It's like a $120,000 trailer.
Pretty much pay for itself though, because of the time,
Oh, yeah.
locating and.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be great. But this will be the hard to reach areas, you know, we can't get that big trailer into, or we're short staffed and one guy could go do this, and we're not sending 3 or 4 guys out to go set up the camera,
Exactly.
so.
Cool.
Any more questions on that? Next is the catch basin maintenance and upgrade, $10,000. I didn't really have too much written up on that. We can show you here in a little bit with our GIS map we did, but we cataloged every storm inlet in town, and there's a lot of bad ones. So I'd like to start replacing those. And, I actually have the information at the shop for this, but I forgot to bring it. It's a portable steam cleaner. This will be kept at the sewer shop for disinfecting, like our sewer jet truck, cleaning it off when we're getting sewage all over it. But I thought we can also use it to clean our fire hydrants around town when we're not doing that. If they're all dirty or need to be painted, we take that out in the field, blast them off, and then take it back. You guys bored of me yet?
Yeah. On your catch basin, was that, I mean, that's one fee, is that, you're thinking that that would fix everything, or is that?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
So that would be
It's
a
in the
recurring
10-year
yearly?
plan to carry that forward, Aaron, every year, to do a little bit every year to start making some progress.
So how many, like, would this be one, I mean, how many would this do?
Oh, if we did the installations of these catch basins and replacements, we could probably do about 20 of them at that cost,
So 20 for 10,000.
if we did all the work.
Is there a reason you wouldn't?
Well, I'm just saying, sometimes it's contracted out, if they're doing the water project, you know, we're not gonna go in there and do it when they're,
Okay.
but we don't have a fee or any type of revenue for stormwater, so it's kind of always just throw a little bit of money here and there. But I would really like to get these catch basins draining properly, like Dabari said, they've been in shambles for years, and.
And is there, just everywhere we see out along the roads where the rebar is poking out, or
Yes.
whatever the case may be, right?
Redoing the
It's not
concrete,
draining, or-
the grade's broken.
Some areas we're fighting a losing battle.
Yes.
And I'll tell you, especially when, we have, water, sewer lines, mostly rural, in the street, and they dig them out,
Mhm.
well, they can't put pavement on them in the winter, so they let them set all
so they go down the 90 over, there's no way to really clean them. Unless you go right to the manhole, a catch basin, the big square unit catches the heavy debris, then fills up with water, then it drains. That's why, like, that way we're not getting more sediment down our storm sewer lines.
That, curves that we put from Donnell all the way down to State, I mean, they helped a lot, because we were getting all them rocks and stuff off the hill and further, south of, on Pershing, and all that rock, dirt and stuff were coming down, they were covering the storm boxes and stuff, so it, putting them, curbs in is a plus all over town.
Yeah.
That would save us a lot of money.
Well, that's true, if you don't have curb and gutters, we're not gonna have a catch basin.
Yeah.
It's just gonna get filled with dirt anyways.
It seems to me like, that you're having to make up for some lost time, like some of this stuff is normal maintenance, and it's like your car didn't get an oil change in time.
We got a lot of
That's kind of what we have going on with our sewer and water.
We have a lot of catching up to do.
I know the last administration, two administrations back, they talked about figuring out how we could charge for stormwater, storm sewers. At some communities, they charge so much for the storm sewer.
And I've actually read up on that a lot too. We go by,
Used to keep the maintenance up on your,
so you would go by your square footage of your lot, if it's impermeable soil, like some concrete pad or asphalt, you would pay a higher rate because it's not getting soaked into the soil.
yeah.
I don't know if you could really do anything like that here, but if you get over 10,000 people, you might consider it.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how they do that, but I know that there was gonna be a charge to the public, to charge for the stormwater.
Well, but one time it was explained to me, like at the car wash, I had to, they charge basically the same amount for sewer as you use in water. And then the discussion, of course, came up with the Car Wash Association said that 30% of the water goes down the drain, 30% of it goes into the air, and 30% of it leaves on the vehicle, and such like that. But if you have water coming in, you have water going out.
Yeah.
The problem is another problem we have is like an empty building, they're still using a storm sewer. Because the snow didn't stay on the building, but they're not paying anything for it because they have the water shut off, so. Those are all things we need to talk about.
Yeah, I've read up on like stormwater mitigation and stuff, and I got a few volumes of it at the office, but what I've mostly read is it goes off your square footage of your lot or square yardage, how big it is. Then they do a percentage of what's covered with concrete, asphalt, there's different factors into it. Then they charge a percentage per what material you have on the ground.
That does make some sense, so.
Something to look towards in the future, maybe I'll present that next year. Any questions?
Not today.
I'll leave you guys alone now.
Right,
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks, guys.
The day.
So you're going to do landfill and recycle next, which are your, I believe, last page in there, so.
We have a forklift, number one, this year. As you, most of you guys know, is the forklift that we're using now. Uses propane, and we're spending $40 a week on propane. I did find another forklift, from Cat, and it's electric. All you do is plug it in, and it runs for like 3 days. So there's no fuel cost, no nothing. Yeah, our forklift is really old. The front end's not even manufactured anymore. It's time to replace it.
Are you saying the duct tape is wearing thin?
So, with the electric forklift, obviously it runs off batteries, and what's the cost of batteries for those two, and what's the life expectancy?
Well, from Cat, we found one from Cat, and the battery comes with the machine, and they're also giving us the charger. So all we have to do is set up our building for it, which is minimum charge stuff.
Do you know the life expectancy of that battery?
It's about every, said 9-10 years.
For a new battery?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
I had an electric forklift and and comparing it to the gas one, I had two gas ones and electric, I would buy electric 10 times over the gas. They're stronger, they have more torque. Just running to get propane was a pain in the neck.
It really is, and then if you're around a holiday, oh man.
You can't get it, yeah, and only certain places fill it, it's always at a higher rate because it's a small amount at a time. What I read and what I found out was, if you save $3,000 worth of propane, you're gonna end up buying a $3,000 electric battery someday, but you don't have the hassle in between. Maintaining the batteries extends their life indefinitely. That forklift I had was probably 20 years old, had the original battery, I did service it and all that, but that going electric is a way smart thing to do. They're cheaper, they're easier, they're stronger.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're not noisy, you know, you can hear around you, so you're not running over people and,
Yeah, and ours is really loud and.
you know,
The fumes too.
yeah.
Well, see, and this one is just a three-wheeler, so one in the back, two in the front. Ours is just ginormous.
Is this one you looked at, was it a new one?
It is used, but it's only used in the
So it
cat
still has
shop.
some warranty on it?
Yeah, he said he was gonna do warranty and all that for it.
Is that 9 to 10 years, just the battery warranty?
They can't warranty the battery, but he did say it was only, the battery's only like a year old, so.
What kind of warranty do you know? I mean, how many months, years, whatever?
I believe it was.
And we would have to look at, because even though we looked at this piece of equipment, if it's over 35, we have to bid it. So it's gonna depend on what when we actually get to that point, we'll let you guys know, and whoever gets the bid and we move forward. When he pulled that and talked to them for bid, or for budget purposes and stuff, they said they would warranty it, but I don't know that he gave us the specifics on that.
Is it used?
That one is, yes. What we budgeted though is for new, so we have the ability to go used if we need to, but we did budget for a new,
It would just depend on how we put out the bid, either we would say we want a used one or we want a
Yeah.
new one.
So the
Right.
45 is for a new cost of the electric one?
yes.
Okay.
And that's it.
I paid $2,000 for my forklift and paid $1,500 for the battery charger.
See?
Because as soon as I bought it, the battery charger was bad, and I had to buy a battery charger. Well, I was on the fence about that, but after using it, I'm telling you, it was amazing. It was a lot heavier. You know, I drove it on my trailer one day and smashed the bottom of the trailer into the ground, and the back tires of the truck were off the ground. It was kind of embarrassing, but I found out it's too heavy to haul on my trailer. But it was amazing, the difference in electric, and in the warehouses and places I've been that have both. The gas one sits in the corner and they always use the electric one. They're just better. Cheaper to run.
I'm sorry, man, I'm gonna jump in the weeds just a little bit. This is probably irrelevant, and I'm sorry. I would like, because we're capital budgeting and all of this, right? I would love to get, I'd asked about this a while back, to get a price on a styrofoam press, right? Like the cardboard press, only that would run styrofoam. I have when this originally came up, it was a local business that offered to put in half of the cost if the city was willing to get one of those, because we have so much styrofoam that's just going out into the garbage. Is that, I mean, the question was, could we just price one out, find out what it would cost and see if it's even reasonable? That was really the question.
We did this, but I don't remember, I'll have to pull what the price was, because I don't wanna tell you the wrong information, but we did pull pricing for it, and found out, we got quite a bit of information, So they're like the size of 4 pallet footprint size. So that's one of our challenges, is where do we put it within our current building? It's already kind of packed tight, and, so that is definitely gonna be a challenge. In fact, I even talked to Bo with Interwest Paper about that, because he's familiar with our facility, and he said that probably the only place is where our scale is now, and we'd have to find a new spot for that, so there's some challenges there. If you're super interested, he did also reach out to me, letting me know that they're doing some grant funding options to purchase those too. But again, my biggest concern would be space. Where do we put it now?
And the other part too is our building's pretty much maximized for the electric.
Yeah, it would have to, the power would have to be upgraded.
We would have to upgrade and add quite a bit, probably some more, power things, you know, we're running out of one. So maybe 2, maybe even 3, because we're gonna go electric with this.
So I totally get that it may not be, can we just price one out? Is that too much
I'll
to
give
ask,
you,
like, just to
let
see
me,
what it would be?
go back through my information, because I have that price and I can send that to you.
Okay,
Because
okay.
I do have it, I don't recall what it
And I
was.
get, some things just aren't feasible, I understand that, but, I don't know. We'll just say that I've got a bone to chew on, and it's just.
Yeah, I'll send that out.
Okay, that'd be great, that's all I wanted to know.
Councilman Weisenberg?
I'm not sure, is, improvement to buildings and the capital projects for the recycling, or is it in a different, like, facilities or something?
So, we do have some, modifications to that. It is not, this year. It's in the 10-year plan that you guys have.
'Cause I know that was talked about, right?
Yes, we
To
still want to do that.
possibly see what it costs to add a, like a lean-to, so improvement of shipping solid material at one time.
We
instead
have
of
that
a
in
mixed load.
23.
In 23, okay, I didn't know if it was on a 10-year plan, or if that was something that just kinda got missed on. Okay.
Yeah, recycling is just, not a super large fund, so we tried to fairly balance that and not come at you guys with some major requests, but that is in 23, we still would like to do that. I don't know, do you all know what we would like to do, or do you want to know right now?
Yeah, tell us.
We would like to do a lean-to off the back, so what we've learned is that we could actually, store one commodity, so we could make like a row of cardboard, a row of plastic, and if we ship a whole truck of one commodity, we actually make more money than we do if we do a mixed load, which is what we do now. We don't really have storage right now, especially with our weather, but if we did just a lean-to that was closed in, and you could just drive and kind of build those rows, and then once we had a full truck of cardboard, we'd ship it and make a little more money there, so.
That would be worth looking into.
That is, you'll hear about it a lot more.
When you say a little more, do you have any idea what the difference might be there, Danielle?
It's going to vary so much because the market changes,
Sure.
so that's the.
Roughly
Is
a
it
million.
2%, 5%? Do you have any idea
I
whatsoever?
don't know. I could talk to Bo and see if he would be comfortable giving us a percentage, but I know like 1 month cardboard can be $60 a ton, and then it'll be $160, so it jumps
Right.
crazy, and we do monitor that. We get reports every month and try to watch that stuff, and that's the other thing. If we know, okay, cardboard dropped, we have this storage area, let's wait till it jumps again.
It gives the option.
Yeah, so I mean, potentially, it could be a pretty substantial difference.
Okay, I just was curious.
Okay, ready for landfill?
Are you ready? You ready? All right, man, let's do it.
Okay, we got the compactor, got the scraper, loader. We would like to lease these things.
So what is proposed in your budget with the total cost is to lease these pieces of equipment. Down below, you'll see a note and the cost if we were to go buy new. So we are requesting some very expensive pieces of equipment that are super vital to our operation. The scraper is brand new, is $910,000. The compactor is $720, and a new loader is $240. We've spent a lot of time looking into this. There are governmental leases that are very low interest rate. There's some huge benefits to leasing. We get a new piece of equipment, which is much more affordable on our budget. It does spread it out over time, but that would cover all of if there's a major failure or something breaks down, they fix it.
Yeah.
Now, we do still have to do our routine things like changing the oil and changing filters. Those are things that as we operate, we will take care of. And we do now, but the other thing is that, there's kind of like a sweet spot, so equipment, let's say, lasts 10 years. Like 5 years is too soon to trade it in, 10 years you're not gonna get anything because it's piece. 7 is kind of the sweet spot. So that's the other thing too. At that end of the lease, you can say, do I want to buy this piece of equipment because I think it's gonna last me so much longer than, what, I have doing a new lease, or do you just say, okay, we want a new piece, they bring new equipment, they take the old one, and you don't have to worry about that. So that even covers, most of the time, we would, let's say we get a CAT piece of equipment, they would come here and repair it. Let's say there's something major and it's gonna be down for a week and they have to take it to Casper, they'll even cover the transportation cost, so.
This is an annual cost?
Benefit. That is an annual payment that you would make one annual payment a year for 7 years. And then at the end of the 7 years, you decide you purchase it or you send it back and get new.
So these are 7-year leases?
Correct, yes. And that's how, so the government leases are 7 years. Like I said, they're a lower interest rate. There's just some more benefits. They did give us some information if you guys wanted on doing a non-government, which you pay, I think it was 4 1/4, where government, I think, was 2.24? Was it?
2.1.
So it's quite a bit less than interest.
So these 3 machines, you need or want these no matter what. It's not like this is a lease because these are temporary use. Normal machines for operating that landfill, we have to have them. We're just looking at a different way to bring them out there than just paying $1 million.
Yeah, but because they are heavily used as pieces of equipment, so that's the other thing too, like, we beat this thing down over 7 years, they're taking it back regardless.
Sure,
I
sure.
mean, it doesn't matter.
Say like, some leases, don't they offer a guaranteed trade-in to CAT?
Yes, so that's part of, that's what I'm saying, they're taking it back regardless of how much wear and tear and, I mean, not that we purposely beat up our equipment, but it is a landfill, so.
What would be the plan for the current equipment out there now? Would we just try?
We would trade it in and it would go towards, it would deduct your total, like, lease is how that works.
Just like a trade-in on a regular
Right.
purchase?
So what it does, it spreads it out over the term of the lease, so it drops each annual payment a little bit, instead of all up front where you make a small one and then it just balances it out.
So is these with the trade-in on all of those?
Yes, that is.
No, with all of it. They didn't get a scraper.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's no scraper here, it just says purchase
Oh.
of $910,000.
I'm sorry, the full purchase
Yeah.
price is with no trade-ins. The lease payments were with the
We're
trade-in.
with the trade-in on that,
Yes.
okay.
I'm sorry, I thought you were asking the lease part.
Sorry.
And
No,
one
no,
thing-
I'm asking both, I guess, at that time.
And one thing that we would need to do is, I would have to know, are we doing an operating lease, which means we're gonna buy it out for like $1 at the end? Or are we going to do a capital lease where we do not own it? It has to be one or the other. We can't wait until the end to figure that out.
Can you give us prices on both? Cause there'll be a huge difference in yearly cost.
They'll have to do that because I'll have to know which is which, because I
Right.
had to treat them differently on the.
Right, but I mean, there would be a completely different payment schedule.
Could be.
I have that, actually. I did get a lot of stuff from him.
So these are
So
top
bear
priority,
with me
not the
here.
dump truck.
Danielle, is it a minimum of 7 years?
So you can actually do a 5, 7, or a 10.
Okay.
What's the
So the
cost
reason,
difference at a 5?
what's that?
What's the cost difference at 5?
It does increase it, but we didn't get the 5. So that's why the 7 years is kind of like where you get the most use out of it to give it back to them, it's kind of that perfect time frame.
Ideally, we get the better end of the stick at 7 years.
Yes.
Yes.
If you do go 5, I think it doubles the interest.
Sure, but hopefully by then we've used it enough, put that extra work on it.
That's why you do the 7, right?
Yeah, yeah.
See what you're saying.
Slipped on the rock and hit it with your forehead. One, two,
Well,
or was that just me?
Cat's leases are,
Yes.
I'm not familiar with them, we did a bunch of them.
if we did it for
So
7
they have a
years,
guaranteed
we'd pay
trade-in and
$245,000.
service and whatnot. When you're
But if
done
you bought it
that,
outright,
way to
it'd be
buy a piece of equipment is to do
$240,000.
the lease in the 7 year, I think, is.
That's just what it
what
is, right?
And then if you wanted to get rid of it,
Because
we
of
would
the
have
lower
to
interest rate
possibly
and a
pay
piece
to
of
get rid of
equipment
it,
from Cat's
because
gonna last
of, and we would not
Right,
have
right.
the repair and maintenance on it like she described. We would lose that.
I mean, that's just the way
But
it's
if we
gonna
do the 1 year, $1 buyout,
I might have
it's
left that
gonna
at
be
the office,
a little more money than turning the machine back.
They were,
Cause you're building equity where you're not building equity.
the payments were fairly close. I think I must have left that part at the office, but I can send it to you guys because we did pull the dollar part or just the other way, so, but they were not far, honestly. I thought they were gonna be a little farther apart than they were.
Cause one way you're building equity with the dollar buyout, you obviously have some equity, you pay them $1, you get the rest of it. The other way, you give it back to them, so you have no equity.
But you've
So
got the.
if they're the same payments and whatnot, I would definitely think the dollar buyout thing. And then we still trade it in and start over.
But I think you had a higher interest rate at the dollar, so overall you pay a little bit more.
And the benefit you will lose, as I understand it, with the repairs and everything, that would probably, you would have to get a maintenance plan, I would assume.
At the end of that,
That I don't know, but that's one of the considerations is.
you mean when you pay the dollar, now you're on your own?
No, from what I understand is do you get the same benefit whether you lease or buy? With where they will take it to Casper at their dime?
I don't know that. I guess I'd have to
Yeah.
confirm that with him for sure. I think he did say that you'd have like a warranty for the term of the lease, is what he.
Yeah, you lease it for 7, warranties for 7.
If you go with
What
that,
about
Okay.
if you go to the, like, option, the buy option at the end, you would just have your warranty period cover the lease period. Was my understanding. I'll confirm that with him. We got a lot of information,
Well, like you said, it sounds like if, I mean, if we have to do it her way, and, you know, properly, then it sounds like we probably just need a number so that we can decide which is gonna be, right? I mean,
I just have to know which way to account for it, so I'd appreciate it doing not. And if you're gonna do the lease with the buyout at the end, the capital, then we want to definitely do the 7, because that's the life of that type of equipment. So, there's technical things I have to make sure match up, so the auditor doesn't think
those
it's.
numbers
Oh,
are
I know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It comes down to that dollar amount, you know, what are the payments? Cause if we're gonna have let's say we have the same payment either way, we'd be silly not to do the dollar buyout.
Yeah, that's up to you guys.
Because give or take $1, we have it or we don't have it for $1.
but I guess the bigger question is, at the end of 7 years, do we need a new piece of equipment? Do we
Well,
wanna buy it for
possibly, but if you
$1?
gave it back because you didn't have it, you have no trading.
Right?
You know what I mean? If you did the lease and at the end of the lease, they get the piece of equipment back or even, you have no trading. But if you do the dollar, now you have a trading.
So maybe by next time we discuss this again, we can look at options and present the one we feel is gonna be most.
Or even have the
most
cash
beneficial to the
financial guy come. So
Yeah,
everybody
I know
can ask
he
all the
would,
weird questions. Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause he started giving me some stuff, I'm like, dude, not my lingo.
So do we know, I know that over 30, we'd have to do a bid. Do you have to bid out leases, or can you just engage in that?
Usually, Gatsby says that a lease is not a debt. Now, in Colorado, debts do not have to go to the public for a vote. And I understand that for taxes, you have to go to a vote. So this would be operating, it would be Amy's call, but I would think, no, you would not have to. Because you get what I call the muni clause, that if we do not appropriate it, it reverts back to them. So, let's say worst comes to worst, we can't afford it anymore, we have to close the recycling down for whatever reason, worst case scenario, then we no longer budget for that, and they take it back.
So at the end of 3 years, we can cancel the lease.
Only for cause. You have to be normally in dire straits that you really cannot afford to continue that lease. So that's like the muni clause where if we don't appropriate the money for it, then they get the equipment back and we pay nothing more.
What about us leasing something for 7 years and committing this board to a debt longer than our, seats?
Say that again? I'm not sure I understood.
If we sign a 7-year lease, we would be binding the next council. And I didn't think we could. So in that lease, it would have to almost be cancelable at any given time
That I
to
don't.
not bind the next.
never-
Do you understand what I'm saying, Sean?
I think you're making a good point, 'cause I've heard Amy talk about that, we try and commit ourselves only to the 4 years of a term, but I think we should just research this just a little bit more and bring back.
I know we did longer leases than that at the county, and there's a way around it, but I think the way around it was it had to be cancelable, so that the next council could say, no, we're not continuing, and maybe pay a stipend to cancel the lease or whatever, but that will have to be in there, because I don't think we can bind the next board.
And I wonder if that's not already part of it, since it's a government lease, I'm sure that.
They're
we
very
would,
familiar with it, I'm sure that'll be
Yeah.
part of it, but that is just one thing to look at. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get, and I think we can even try to see if we can get a hold of, I'm drawing a blank on his name right now, and have him come talk to you too.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, their financial person would have answers to all that. They do it every day.
Do you guys have questions on the equipment itself, or? Okay, we'll get that stuff to you.
Thank you.
It says on the top though, there's a dump truck with a plow with trade-in, is that?
That's already been awarded and it's ordered, it just will not be here by, July 1st. They had some delays actually in manufacturing on that, and because we are a municipality, we've been moved to the top. So I don't know the exact delivery date. I'm supposed to hear from Jeff with Blaze Trucking here shortly, letting me know once he has more information. So we're just requesting to carry that funding forward.
Oh, okay.
If it is purchased before July 1st, that'll be taken off, but that's already like money we have this year.
Well, we just in time for the next blizzard at this rate.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cool, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, and then we're gonna do facilities, which is the first page.
All right, hello, everybody. It's my first time up here, so hopefully it won't be.
Before you get started, Mr. Mayor, I need a quick bathroom break.
I'll
I'm
take
willing to just
recess
go and
for
come back,
5
I
minutes.
just,
No problem, okay.
okay, I'll be right back.
I'll recess for 5 minutes. You better run on my behind.
Oh, look at this, Chris is just taking the lead, look at that. Jumping in line. Sorry, man, we just gotta all pay attention to the morning. Can't think straight anymore.
What have you been doing, anything fun?
Bottom motorcycle.
Oh, no.
Everybody. Oh, did you? Yeah, I got
My
the
son got
700 kilometer, it's called, 10, is it not? I don't know what you're talking about. $12,000 for a damn dirt bike, you know. Goes, cross country, is, right? Right, right. Yeah, it's got, I think it's got the bags and everything, and it's got the full kit. That's a Yamaha, just really.
Yeah, he had a hard time finding one, he lived in Oregon, part of Missouri. He was on vacation now, but I thought it.
Get up and ride it back.
No, he's
not
not.
go pick it up. His wife is way happy with it. Yeah, we got the, cake, so, we're gonna, they already have like a little 50-deck cake, so I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, so, I finally got my sister.
Did you? Yeah, it's way more capable than I thought it would be. How are you tonight? On that, are you guys using, on the houses, so it's actual, you're not, I wondered about that, so that's all that I recorded. Yeah, like you said, it registers, keeps track of your phone and the meter now. Oh, that would be the smart gateway system. Oh, okay, so it's not a separate unit that would monitor those meters. Okay, so you guys aren't using it for your metering. You're just using, for a water meter.
Yeah, I'm glad, yeah. I was close, but. I mean, my truck is loud, I don't see it wrong with it.
I can think again.
Thank you.
Right?
More food.
I just know another role.
That's fine, that's what they're there for. There's more dessert. I took some downstairs, but I don't have more. Do you guys like anything?
I'm good, I'm
Good.
fine.
Chris?
Go get a dessert.
You'd like a dessert? There's still,
What is it?
Cheesecake.
no, it's like strawberry shortcake. It has a,
Pretty good.
it is really good. It has,
Strawberry, no.
it has strawberry, fresh strawberries, blueberry, homemade whipped cream. No?
No, if it's got strawberries, no.
It does have strawberries.
Yes, it does.
Well, I didn't, I've never made one. I know. Blueberries, raspberries, you know.
I'm totally judging you right now, I
Yeah.
just want you to know.
I'm a fan of all berries.
Yes.
You know, and the worst thing is, like, I absolutely love lemon, right?
You love what?
I love to eat lemon, but.
I thought you said women, I was like.
That's what I thought too.
Whoa, whoa.
That's what I thought, but I didn't go.
It's weird.
Really deep, yeah.
Laugh at it,
I'm allergic, yeah, I'm allergic to it, so
Okay.
you know, I can't have it.
So, if I take the food down, you guys are good?
I'm good.
You're good?
I'm good.
Savari, would you like anything else?
No.
Chris, you're good?
I am good, I mean, after that conversation, wow.
We've got rolls.
I'm good, thank you.
Terry, I'm gonna take some food, I'll put it downstairs, would you like anything?
No.
You're good for the rest of the evening?
Yeah.
Okay, I just
I'll
want
be
to.
there.
No, we're good. I'm sorry.
Oh, we were not talking anything important.
No.
I was giving him something like, I needed a drink, and not really.
Look, he's nervous up here for the first time.
Yeah.
Hey, Cody,
He'll
come on.
be fine, he's good.
Especially considering who you're talking to, I mean, there's no reason to be nervous about this.
Don't read it, don't read it.
Hey, I'm super intimidated.
Right.
You You are the
Right.
most terrifying.
They're lobbyists.
I don't want no perception like that.
Yeah.
All right, we'll
Have it
call
all.
it back to order, and we'll, turn the floor over to you, and sorry for the delay, but, that way you got to sweat a little longer, so.
John Cody, I'm facility superintendent, and just asking for a few things for my capital this year. The first one on the list here is, the fire detector panel and detectors, that's already been carried over. The contract's been signed, I'm not sure when it's, we haven't got a schedule or anything on when starting date is.
Yeah, so that will have to be carried forward. They'll have to do a plan review with the state of Wyoming for that, and that, they've got about a 12-week turnaround. So that one's gonna be, they won't be able to start the work until that plan review is completed and the permit issued from them, so.
And
like
this is,
he
I'm
said,
sorry, this is for what?
It's the fire panel.
For City Hall, that we've awarded and is under contract. It's just carrying forward. First page, Aaron. We kinda worked
Oh,
backwards.
I'm sorry, this is top
sorry.
half, I'm sure there's a bottom half, I apologize.
No problem.
I left, I came back.
Okay. And then, okay, so the second one, which is the one, the $160,000 is for updating the HVAC system and boiler system here in City Hall. Kind of the baby around here, but it's at a really critical point. Basically what we're looking at and what I've had, people look at is updating the control systems and some of the components in here. As far as the pneumatic controls going to a low voltage, standalone systems to where we can control the systems a little bit better in here, updating a lot of the thermostats basically, getting them to work better with the HVAC system and the boiler system working together as one. As of right now, they're not really working together. And, it's forcing a lot of big issues. So I'm looking to try to get funding to go through all that and get a new, basically computer system that can run this more user-friendly for everybody. And the standalone thermostats would be areas to where we could set up certain areas at different temperatures to where it's not just one temperature throughout the building. We can control the system a lot better. By getting rid of the pneumatic system, we can save upwards 10 to 15% of energy costs every year.
So is this actually replacing the system, or just,
No,
you would leave the actual heating
Yes,
units, this
the boiler-
just gets them to communicate and then.
Yes, and we're gonna upgrade all the
internet.
components and everything on it, put newer components. It'll still be the same systems, but we're gonna try to upgrade them as best we can with what we have.
Sure.
To move forward and make them more user-friendly for people in the building and, get them to save a little bit of energy for the city.
And it includes cleaning the boilers
Yeah.
too, and getting it all
Yeah, full
functioning
service
and
of the
clean.
boiler.
Full service.
Because we're having a problem getting heat to the second floor, and it's because the boiler's running at max capacity right now because of corrosion in the lines. And we have bad valves upstairs, so all of them need to be replaced, the system needs to be cleaned out. And that's all part of this, is, going through the whole boiler system, getting it cleaned and updated with valves and everything upstairs, and seeing if they can put better controllers upstairs to where we can negotiate the heat a little bit better throughout.
And maybe they could have their own heat
Yeah,
setting rather than
absolutely.
whatever one person
Yeah.
down here is deciding.
Well, maintenance would do a lot of that, but at certain areas, there would be, supers around here that could go in and punch a code into your, your digital thermostat and change temperatures in certain areas. So if there's an area in here where we're not using very often, we can go and shut it down to where it's not pumping heat into that area and costing us, energy and money. But, that was the big one on here. And then the next one I'm going for, number 3 is the police department, which is $40,000. We wanna remodel the basement, and as we know, that's, in pretty bad shape down there. Completely outdated, we need some egress downstairs for them. Couple of the offices aren't even being used right now because they're just not usable. We have 3 officers in one room trying to work together in one office, and it's just not user-friendly at all. And it's time to update the whole downstairs.
So that is only for part of it though, it would just start with those offices.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if you guys have been down there in the Victims Advocate office. So Jackie knows, there's 3 of them in a tiny, it is smaller than the raised part here, their office, and they are all crammed in there, and if they're all on the phone, at the same time, they're like trying to compete and yell over each other, and they have some space there, we just need to make it function a little bit better for them.
So this is
And-
basically just building new offices in a blank.
Yes,
Yes.
updating the ones that are already there,
Yeah,
because they're way outdated and there's no egress down there either.
So there's no egress windows now?
No.
So this would supply every window to be egress in that basement?
Not every window, just one per office is what we're looking at, that's all you.
Yeah, yeah,
Right, yeah, yeah.
so one per office at least?
Yeah, and
Okay.
then an updating of the room itself.
Okay.
You know.
yeah, like, I think there's a door that's gonna be closed off that goes, it is a little bit creepy, yeah.
I guess I didn't
So,
But it's
realize
not
there
gonna
was no
do the whole
egress
base.
there.
No, we're not gonna like go into the boiler room or anything and try to change the layout of any way. It's just updating it and getting it more user-friendly and up to code.
yeah, and it'll give those victims advocates a lot more space to work and actually have some files and some privacy, because that's the other thing, is they need to meet with somebody, they have nowhere to really do that right now.
I guess I never realized it didn't have any kind of egress windows for.
It's bad.
Yeah, there's a couple windows, but they're like those glass,
Bricks.
tile, yeah, and
Tile
they're
windows or
so,
whatever.
yeah, it's kind of weird.
Next on the agenda is the resurfacing of the gym floor at the rec center. It's been since 2018, it's getting a lot of wear and tear on it, some stains, and it is absolutely just time that needs to be resurfaced, and we're looking at $50,000 around there. I think it should probably come in underneath that a little bit, but we need to set aside that much because we're not really sure with the pricing going up because of industries, chemicals, components are just shooting through the roof right now for that kind of stuff. So we wanna set aside enough money that we can get that looking a lot better.
So I was gonna say, you said it was 2018, I swear I remember that we just did this, is it?
No, that's the track.
Yeah, the walking
Soft
path upstairs,
surfaces, the walking path.
the walking path
Yes.
upstairs was done not too long ago.
It's the soft surfaces they
Yeah.
did.
But I thought you just said this was done in 2018.
That hasn't been the gym court hasn't been resurfaced since 2018.
Well, I guess that's where I'm going to is, I mean, that's only been 3 years, is that?
I think so, I was talking to Patty about it today, and she looked it up and said it was.
The wear and tear on a gym floor, I mean, a resurface every 3 years that's a pretty long time, I would think, right?
And then what, I guess what I'm getting at is
We're
this
just
needs to
melting
be
the
put
clear
in
coat
as a
down
maintenance thing.
and re-putting the clear coat on, so it's.
I mean, you shouldn't have to be coming asking for, this should be put into a maintenance budget, that if this has to get done every 3 years, you shouldn't have to ask for this should just be thrown into a budget that's auto done.
We're good with that.
Yeah,
So
I'm fine with that.
I got a question with that though, cause every time, obviously it don't take off a lot, but every time you resurface a floor of that nature, you lose and lose and lose, so where are we at with that now, on the thickness of that and the safety liability of that floor?
You know, since this is my first go around, I'm really not sure, but I wanna stay on top of that and let you guys know exactly where we're at on doing that. As of right now, I have no idea. I don't know how many times it has been, but usually you can resurface a floor, right around 5 times before we gotta start looking about replacement.
So could we find that information out for us too, see where we're at with that? Cause that's where I'm at, I mean, are we at that level now where it's like, well, the floor is being resurfaced, but, oh, wait.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now we've blown right through it.
Yeah, we blew right through it, now we have to
Well, we're looking
replace
at
it.
that same problem down the road, but for the depot, the depot floor has been resurfaced so many times, we cannot do it again, it has to be replaced, but that can be down the road in another budget meeting, but we're at that point with the depot right now.
That's why I'm saying, before we know 50,000 estimated for resurfacing that, I'd like to know if we're at that same point with the gym floor in there too.
But I can work with Lynn and see if we can maybe pull a clerk's index,
Yeah.
because I'm not sure when it was done either. And we can ask
And
Patty too, if she knows.
When I go to put this out to bid, I can ask the contractors that come in and look at this, I can have them probe it and see what kind of longevity we're looking at with the gym floor, and to have them tell us how many more times we got in it, and what we should be looking at down the road.
Okay.
That'd be a good thing to add, that 10 years.
we're already, I mean, we resurfaced this year, that's 2 times. If you're thinking every 5 times, Hemming was done before that. So, thank you.
And I guess I would still just stand by to Sean and Jody that, I mean, if this is a frequent enough thing, I would just argue this should just be some kind of a maintenance thing where, you know,
I agree.
$15,000 a year just goes toward resurfacing until it's ready.
It's more of a maintenance
Okay.
or a job rather than capital.
Especially if we know it's coming, like it's not a
Yeah.
surprise, right?
Yeah.
3 years.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, absolutely, I like that idea. And the last thing for me is also a new vehicle for our maintenance. Right now, we're running with, I think the truck is, 97 or 98 Ford F-150. Everybody knows it in town, it's kind of the old guy. It's on its last leg, really. I don't know if we can get traded on it, but we'd like to trade it in, but what I'd like to get is a utility van. I want the maintenance people to have a fully set up, all the tools, a lot of components that they have inside the van, so we're not running back and forth to shop, wasting time, wasting fuel. We're more on top of everything, just right outside that van. It's a mobile workshop, basically.
Would this be for like, I mean, like facility repair,
Yes.
sprinkler repair, or?
Yeah, any kind of maintenance, building maintenance, we're gonna try to set up as much as we can out of that, doing, door repairs, window repairs, small repair stuff. We have a lot of components inside the van already and set up instead of running back and forth between the shops that we have around town, trying to find the stuff, looking through the toolboxes of these old trucks that are just completely outdated and toolboxes are outdated. Just a big time saver for our maintenance department to get in, get the job done, and get out of there as fast as we can.
So I just wanna make a comment, so this would be a truck for just facility with facility type
Yes,
inventory in it,
yes,
whereas the other truck would be just for bin
Yes.
and meter type.
yeah.
Correct.
And I'm looking for a utility van, so it would be, I think the one I'm looking at is a GMC 3/4 ton. It has a good tow capacity to it, so we can tow our little lift around town as you need to. A trailer, you know, if we put a lot of stuff on a trailer, it has the tow capacity that we can use. The little truck that we have right now has no tow capability at all. So, and we are getting some components and equipment that's gonna need a little bit more also to it.
And we're really, like, across the board trying to be more efficient, like, I mean, Rollins I know isn't huge, but it's really inconvenient when we've gotta run to the public works shop, back to the rec center, back to public works, 'cause now we need another part, and if we had all that stuff right there, I mean, and that's really what Ben was saying earlier too, with utilities, if they have that supplies and those parts there, they're not going all over the place, spending an hour and a half tracking things down, and so it just makes it so much more efficient. What's that?
Working on the red book, tell my husband that.
Yeah.
Well, and then, so as far as, we're looking at trying to set aside 40,000 for that. And the vans I'm looking at is anywhere between like 32 to 28, somewhere in there. So we're trying to get as close as we can, 'cause we're gonna have to set it up with at least a couple shelf systems inside of it and a ladder rack on top. So we set aside a little bit more money, try to get as close as we can in case of inflation or anything.
So I'm not sure if I have authority to say anything, but, in my old life, I ran a utility van all the time. When we did a GMC, we got an all-wheel drive. I guess I might just say that I would look at some kind of all-wheel drive or something that,
Yeah.
I mean, 'cause by nature, those are usually rear-wheel drive, and this is just, I mean,
Yeah.
This is with a divider from the front to the back.
Yes, absolutely. It's gonna have a cage in it. Yeah.
You can, a lot of manufacturers have the trucks that are set up with the ladder racks, with the
Yes.
shelving in the back and the divider, and, I don't know what package it is, but, you can buy them right from the factory complete, that are just
And that's,
exactly
we'll bid
what
it all
you're-
out
yeah,
like that. So when we did the recycle van, we didn't have the ladder rack, but it's got the divider to keep the driver safe and some of those things. So we'll just add those as options to it and have them build it
Yeah.
out.
They have a
Be
pretty good
easy.
price on those, 'cause they're usually very plain
Yes, there's
as far as interior
there's
and
nothing to them.
stuff
Rubber
like
mats.
that. Electricians buy them a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, for facilities, that is all I'm asking for this year. And then, so, central shop. The one thing that we're heavily needing in that is a new scan tool. Kenny is pretty overwhelmed with his work in there, and the scan tool we have is very outdated as far as the new cars that are coming in, the new police cars, all the new vehicles that we're getting for the city. They have a lot of computer components in them, ECMs and stuff. We need to be able to talk to them a lot better. And we've been looking at Snap-on's new Apollo programmer, or the scanner, and, it's basically the most updated scan tool that you can get for a mechanic from Snap-on. They can do all the updates on it per year out of that Snap-on truck that comes to the shop, so we never have to send it off. It comes pre-programmed, and it can actually troubleshoot systems for our mechanics, and he can.
It even directs him.
Yeah.
And it'll tell him, like, this is the issue, and then it'll direct him how to actually get down to that part in the vehicle and replace it and things like that, so.
A lot of,
It'll be a time saver too, and a headache when he's like, where the heck is this thing?
I know a lot of those, scan tools like that are specific though for, like Ford, GM, or Dodge, right? Is this gonna be multi-purpose?
Yes, it is a multi-purpose scan tool. So there is specific, certain car companies like Chrysler that are very specific to scan tools, but this one is pretty broad range, and so it'll just help us all out. We had a police car that we had to send to Dallin like 5 or 6 times because we couldn't read the ECM and none of the computers was talking to each other and our scan tool just would not work. So it's gonna save us a lot of money in the long run.
These scan tools, they do have limitations.
Yes.
However, like, if you put in a new ECM, you have to take it to the dealer to flash it.
Absolutely.
There are still some very specific things like that, but I'm really super familiar with these scanners, and you can't work on these new cars without that piece of equipment. You can't do it.
And Snap-on they're willing to buy back our old one. They're gonna give us either a trade-in or a buyback on our old scan tool towards this new scanning.
How much is that new scan tool?
I think we're looking at right around $5,000 for it, and he said he'd give us almost $2,000 for our other scan tool. So.
That's
did
the
say-
going rate.
Yeah, he did say too that we would be able to go out as far as 5 years, but not to go more than that without doing updates on it.
Yeah.
Because the updates do cost a little bit of money.
I think it's, no, I think it's only like $800 a year for the new. It can vary, I mean, so, as of right now, it was anywhere from $800 to $1,200 a year.
That's to update that scan tool every year.
And right now, when we get it, it'll be updated with all of this year's program, so we won't have to do that for a year.
But he said we could
But
go
you
as
don't
far-
have to unless you have to.
Right, we can
Yeah,
go
we
as
don't
far
have
as 5 years out.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
He said he would not recommend doing more than 5 years without an update, so.
We had a $40,000 model, it was an Allen Analyzer at CarCraft when I had that, and we had a yearly software update, but then at that time, they didn't have the common plug, that every car had a different one, so we had 300 umbilical cords, if you will, and then it cost $3,000 a year to update it, but that's gotten so much simpler. But this Snap-on thing that you're looking at, there's several kinds that do about the same thing, they're about the same price, but I do believe that's the best one. If I were gonna buy one, that's what I would buy.
Yeah, this is, their latest and greatest, basically.
Yeah, they are.
And it'll show, recalls, service bulletins on certain vehicles. It'll pop that up on the scanner and tell you if there's an issue that's coming up that a mechanic needs to see, or if there's a recall that they haven't even dealt with yet. So,
Yeah, they're awesome.
it's a pretty nice piece of machinery. And that's all I have for you guys tonight.
Well, that's plenty.
Mine was the light one.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
So the most fun one. Want me to take the lead?
Yeah.
You sure?
Sure. Make 'em
All right,
sweat.
I know. Do you guys all know Dave too?
And
Okay.
they're working and talking.
so top of first page, we're gonna talk about streets. I know we're running out of time, so I will try to be fast. So we have, the first thing, carry forward, we've awarded, street rebuild and mill and overlay, so we need to carry forward the $995. I do think part of that, they are anticipating on actually being back this month, so part of that might be done, it might be a little bit less that we actually carry forward, but they won't finish. We are requesting an additional $1 million for a wear course project this year. What we would like to do is we are really wanting to do wear course, mill and overlay rebuilds every other year rotating and really get our streets to where they need to be. We've made some really huge progress on our streets, but we're not quite there yet, so. The dump truck is the same thing, that was awarded the same time as landfill, we're carrying that forward. I'm gonna skip these two for just a minute and come back to them for the Edinburgh and Walnut. So the next one is the YDOT Recon project. This one is, I would say, super important for us to fund. We did a Higley Boulevard corridor study with our Urban Systems Committee, and they identified priority projects that then City Council approved, and we worked with YDOT to move forward those projects for a planning phase, so kind of recon project. YDOT 100% funded the planning phase of this project. We, at this point, need to pick a project and move it forward. The 150 is 10% match to a grant. We currently have $1.5 million or a little over dollars sitting in our Urban Systems Committee funding that we need to spend so we don't lose it. Right now, the government's not, or the feds have not found a way to take it, but I know they're looking. And
How much was that, you said?
it's a little over $1.5 million sitting there, but I know they're looking for a way to do that. The other part of this is if we don't move one of those projects forward that YDOT paid the planning funding for, they're going to come back and say reimburse us for the planning funding 100%. So we can move the project forward with the 10% match, or we can reimburse them. So I really would like to move a project forward.
So get a project out of the deal.
So the top priority project too, so you guys know, is the pedestrian underpass, crossing at, it crosses by Harshman and Aberdeen, the bypass there. So, and that did come in, I think it was right around $1 million, so we'd have a little bit. The other project was the light at Murray Street, and we're gonna have a more in-depth conversation if this funding is approved, by the way. And then the third one was, I don't remember the third one, I'm having a blank. Save me.
I'm sorry.
I'll let you guys know.
I thought the, underpass was a 6 penny test.
That one is not, no, that is an urban system project. And I do have a full list of 6 penny projects, if you would like me to send that off to you as well.
Please.
Yeah. So, any questions on that? Again, we will talk about, I'll bring the project forward, we'll talk about it if this funding is approved, but I would say that's pretty low cost for us for a pretty big return.
We'll get $1.5 million for $1.5 million for $150,000, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, exactly. So the next thing we have is a new truck with trade-in. I would say our enterprise funds have been pretty good about getting vehicles, not great by any means. General fund has not really gotten anything. We would like to get them a new truck that has the bigger back seat too, where when they're out patching, they can be more efficient and actually get around and things like that. Again, this goes back to the efficiency thing. Sixth Street Bridge maintenance and repairs. I will be completely honest with you guys, I put this in the 10-year budget. I fully anticipate that after this year it will change. I don't know, we've not really done anything. We don't know what the extent of the repairs and costs will be. So what I would like to do this year is get some help with engineering to see, I don't even know what we do to repair it or anything. So I want to be able to work with an engineer to figure out what are the issues, how do we fix it, how can we fund this, and some different things. So this year is really just investigation, what we need, and then the future years, when we get to the 10-year, we'll talk about it, we'll have those budget requests to actually do the repairs and things like that.
How old is that bridge?
I don't know, but the upright of the structure, you can actually go under there, you can see where the chunks are falling out of it.
That's the overpass, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I actually, was gonna mention that tonight too. I had someone complaining and talking about the infrastructure of that bridge is getting to be dangerous, and I was
So
gonna
it
ask,
does-
who do we, how's that contacted to find that out?
We're gonna have to work with an engineer, so it does get inspections done by YDOT. And so far, every inspection we've gotten does say that it's structurally sound, but like you
How long
said,
is-
there's
How long are they in between? Every year?
inspections.
Yes.
They are not every year, I don't believe, I think it's every couple.
Wow, that's longer.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
And I do have the last report, but there are, I guess, that's what we need to know. We're not comfortable and familiar enough with bridges to tell you guys that it's good or it's not.
I don't
We,
even,
we need some help.
I don't think that bridge is really that old though, right? Because they redid that bridge and took out the sidewalk and everything
But
on
they
there.
only did the top was and it was pre my time, but I did talk to Leroy about that at one point, and they only like did the very top. They didn't do any of the beams or anything.
Okay, so it's just the
structural.
They
overlay.
just widened it, did away with the walkway up
Yeah.
on top. Bruce Rohrquist was,
Okay,
here at the time, and I don't know the year.
So none of the infrastructure on the bottom side of that was touched, it was
that's
just
my
the,
understanding. It was
outside.
just
Okay.
that top portion of it, just the deck of
They
it.
did do
That was
that.
it.
They did do some kind of a safety study underneath, where there shows where, the cement's decaying, you can see the
The rebar.
rebar sticking out, but they said it was, no safety problem.
Yes, that is what the last
Unless you follow
report
the
says,
rebar.
but I wouldn't stand under there.
I mean, it was that bad where chunks were falling down and
Well, it still
people
is.
walking underneath.
getting worse.
Yeah, so again, we need to do something. I just wanna be very upfront with you that I don't fully know what that'll look like. I will let you guys know as we work
That-
through
you know,
that.
Yeah, is that something that is partnered in with the railroad too, to allow access over there? I'm just
No,
curious.
The city actually took that bridge over from YDOT at
YDOT, yes,
some
we
point.
did.
Oh, okay.
And the other thing is, I think,
I don't either.
I think what's gonna happen my thinking is if we can slow her down a little, and hopefully there's, federal funding for, bridge maintenance and things of that nature that are on the works now, if it passes, and we're lucky, then there'll be some funding available that we could hook, once we do the engineering like we did with the
Right, we'll be ready to
water
go.
thing, we're ready to go, we can present our engineering and maybe get some funding from the federal government.
Okay.
That's my take.
Let it fall, you feel fix it.
So,
Yeah.
the next thing we have is a steel wheel roller, and we would like to trade in actually an older steel wheel roller, kind of a mouthful, and a fairly decent rubber tire roller.
Which is a 99.
But we can't use it for asphalt, we need the weight in the steel wheel
Well,
to
the asphalt,
actually,
the asphalt sticks to the rubber tires. You roll over it, and you just,
Peel it right back up.
hey, you got 6 trenches going down your patch.
Cool,
It's all on the wheels.
I support that.
you don't want tracks in your asphalt. The next thing we have is the Miller Street extension, which is extending Miller Street and connecting it to Higley. Wayfinding, I do wanna talk about this for just a second. You'll see 10 and 11 is both wayfinding. So 10 is specific to new wayfinding signs. This is kind of phase, like, 4 or 5 of the wayfinding signs. This is at all of our city parks. So you do have 2 options here that you guys have the ability. So the first option is kind of the high level, it's the, $135,000 option. The signs would be similar to what we have at City Hall, where the letters actually, they stick out, I think they call them bubble letters or
Raised.
something, yeah. So it would look similar to that. The second little bit cheaper option is $110,000, and it would just be flat letters on the signs. Same stone and same look, they would just be flat. So whichever direction you wanna go there, it's completely up to you guys, but I did wanna give you both options. And then kind of the third part to that is the number 11, and this is actually just the parking signs. So these are downtown parking, RV parking, and then we have the parking spot, down on Third and Front, that it would identify that as additional parking, so that's what that covers. I have some information on this, Pam's way more knowledgeable, but if you guys have questions, let me know. So, and then the last couple things, so we did a lease for a snow blower, and it has been a very valuable piece of equipment for like actual work. However, it's too big for what we need. So it has the attachment in the front and the attachment in the back. It takes us a full day to set it up and a full day to take it apart, and it ties up, so that means that loader's tied up all winter. What we would like to do, they make snow blowers, and I should have made copies, I brought it, that are specific for municipal use. And you just drive up and hook up to the front attachment. It processes 3,000 tons of snow, an hour, so it does still a substantial amount. Like, it's made for municipalities. The maintenance on it is considerably less than anything, that what it costs now for hours. It is super helpful. It's been, like I said, a good thing to have, and we would like to have one still. We just need to get something that actually is reasonable and a little bit more functional for what we do.
So it's just ran off the hydraulic pins, it's like remove a bucket,
Yeah, that's,
just like that?
I only have one, but if you guys wanna,
Hook your
Yeah,
hose,
you just-
it's like changing out an attachment on a skid steer.
Yeah, the other one, you mount a motor on the back of the loader, you mount the blower on the front of the motor, you run cables over top of the cab.
it's,
See, and I don't think that's really how, we
really
thought it was just gonna be a drive up and grab it, right, and go.
Yeah.
it is not.
I mean, that's,
Yeah.
It wasn't well thought out,
That
put it that way.
And again, it's a super valuable piece of equipment. I don't know if you guys were able to see it. We posted some videos because we were pretty excited when we got it, but, we just, like I said, and the other thing is we sometimes have snow where we need the loader. So we need to have that function where we can go either direction and not have it tied up all winter. Because that's where we're at. We can't have our mechanics spending the whole
so
day.
I remember this
doing
was
that.
under a lease, cause it had that buy off at the end of the year or whatever, or if it worked, we were just gonna buy it. I'm pretty sure I remember just a cancelable, would you just cancel the lease, is that?
That is, I would have to work with legal, but that's what I would like to do is, cancel that and get the smaller, and I think we should just buy it. I think it's affordable enough. But I will have to work with legal if this is approved.
It shows 90,000 with trade-in, so what would that be without trade-in if we can just, if that's on a lease and we just cancel it?
That is actually the price of a new one. We were just, I guess,
Okay.
notating that we would not keep the old one, was more why the trade-in was notated.
Okay.
And then the final thing that we have is the depot crosswalks, and that would be to, paint them and get them, they're not there right now, so.
What are they now?
Yeah.
Depot crosswalk, what are they?
Just pedestrian crosswalks.
The red brick?
There is some red brick there in
But
that
this is
area.
at the depot alone, just painting them white, is what you're saying? For the
Yeah.
crosswalk?
It would be, right, white, it has to be for the crosswalk, and there's, I think, 3 or 4.
Two down below and then two up on the side.
To paint crosswalks in the street, 20,000. I'm not following you here, I guess.
That's actually what was in the budget before, so I'm not sure. I didn't spend too much time researching that one, because I was so focused on these other really big projects. We can look into that and double
Well, it
check
just
the
seems-
price.
Well, we painted all the crosswalks, all the crosswalks at the schools, Well, right, but this says depot crosswalk.
Yeah, I
and
know,
it's
they
20,000,
should probably
that
say
must be
crosswalks.
gold paint or.
They should probably say crosswalks.
So this is
All
for
crosswalks.
all crosswalks, not just depot?
I would say so.
And we, also, I should notate, depot crosswalks will not be done until after the splash pad because I am not going to paint them, just to have equipment and stuff drive over it, just to redo it. So
And I'm glad
we
you
wanna put
said
that out there.
because, one of the things that used to just drive me nuts is we'd go do an overlay, and within 2 months, we'd cut the street up. There wasn't one street that got an overlay that didn't get chopped up within 3 months last time, or a couple of years ago. Can we just do our level best to
Yeah.
make sure all that work's
So
done
we
before
have-
we do that?
We've been talking to, Rocky Mountain Power and giving them a full list of the streets we wanna do, so that if they have projects that cross over, we've been talking to Black Hills Energy. But I can tell you, some of it is unavoidable, like, we overlaid Walnut, there was a gas leak.
Sure,
That, you
sure,
know,
those
so
things happen.
we've overlaid a street and then somebody's turned around and replaced their sewer line. So we are working to improve, definitely, and we have room for improvement there, but some of it will be unpreventable.
Yeah, well, and I understand where some of it might be, but, you know, you take the dents out of the car, then you paint it.
Yeah, yeah, and we are trying to be better, and we're coordinating with utilities and trying to do all of that, and so,
Yeah, I know, and I understand it involves a lot of different pieces and people and all that, but I would really appreciate an extra effort in that respect, 'cause, I wasn't in this seat when that happened, but I was complaining to the guy that was. You know?
And then, really quick, the last thing I wanna talk to you about is Edinburgh and Walnut. These are 6 penny projects. Walnut is at 100% design. Actually, the bid documents have been approved by legal, it's ready to go. So that cost is in there, that is expected to be a 1-year project. Tonight, you guys, I think, are approving a resolution for payment on 6 penny, and we have the money for that. I'm also proposing we do Edinburgh. We can, but right now with what we've brought in, Edinburgh's a 2-year project because of the scope of work, it's so much. So we will have to do that over 2 summers for sure. So I would like the bid documents are with legal, so we're really close on those. Design's 100% done. I would like to move both projects forward. We are short, a little bit, like if you're saying right now at this point, however, 6 penny money will start coming in regularly to cover all of that. So it is listed in the budget, but it is a separate kind of pot of money, and funding that we need to move forward.
Davari?
I don't mean to cut you short, but there's a few minutes, and I'd like to talk a little bit about, this Miller Street extension. This has been a 5 to 6 year project for me. It's been brought up, it was petitioned in the neighborhood, people were in favor of it way back then. And then they said, well, we can do it in-house, and then they kind of fiddled around, didn't do anything. But to add a little history to it, what happened was the first thing that happened was Mr. Forsland, that was the city manager at Casper, come to Rollins, and we ended up paying him some money. And he put on a little seminar, and he talked to how do you tie communities together. And one way you do it is through streets and different ways to get the people to working together. A lot of them was when they were tearing down schools and things of that nature. Well, anyway, in walking the neighborhood, the neighborhood on Cottonwood Village, a lot of those folks wanted to know why they had to walk all the way down Higley, turn all the way down State, go all the way to get to their parks. So, I thought, well, this way to do that is to tie Davis Street onto Higley, just extend it. There were some barricades put on there. I think the barricades were there for a personal reason, not because it was for anybody, but the people that live there. So they built these barricades, and of course the kids, they always find ways around them, so they take their bike and go around them anyway. But having said that, The last administration that was there, we talked about it, and again, they said we can do this in-house. Then they talked, well, we need to petition the neighborhood, which we did, and went to Miller Street, because they thought that was a shorter way to go. And then it just kinda dropped. I'd like to see it worked on. For $45,000, you know, we're buying trucks, pickup trucks for $40,000. I would like to see a street extended. It's something that the neighborhoods want, and so I just wanted to bring that up, that I think this should take place.
I concur.
I thought that was, talked about several months ago, I mean, before we took seats, and it was talked about, and they had extra in their budget that they were gonna do that
My
project,
understanding was too.
right?
So, we budgeted $1 million for streets projects last year, and, we budgeted 1.2, $1 million from our general fund and 200 from impact assistance. And then our rebuild and overlay came in just under the $1 million. So we did the survey and talked about doing that. And then before we proceeded, I was looking at the budget and I couldn't find the 200 for the impact funding assistance that was set aside because that's what we were going to use. So it was not actually identified in the budget, so we would have had to do a budget amendment, because that wasn't in there, or put it in the upcoming budget, which is what we've done, is put it in this new budget. So I'm not sure with all the changes and different things that happen, I'm not pointing fingers, miscommunication, I'm not sure there, but that's kind of the story of what happened there.
I am glad to see it on this list. It does need done. It's a real need down there, and, it would make things so much better use of the park, better access. Kids wouldn't be riding on that frontage road on their bicycles and stuff going to the park and whatnot. I'm all for that project also, just so you know. Of course, it's in my ward, but that has nothing to do with it.
Well, and you guys, I mean, at the end of the day, you guys will guide the budget, so we did make sure to include it. We are ready, if it is approved, to bid that out and, get going on it, so.
So it's not gonna be done in-house anymore, it was,
So I'm not sure where the in-house came from, we
That
did,
was a verbal discussion with the
Yeah.
previous manager.
I wanna talk back to them, what do I do? Do
Right.
I own it,
yeah, I
own it?
can't speak for that, but
You
there's
said
some
something that
great,
we found the money to get it done,
yeah,
and it kinda just dropped there. And then I have patience enough to wait to this budget to put it back on there so that the council can look at it and see if we could come up with $45,000.
and when we had, Carl look at that, Chris, we definitely had some grave concerns there where, the contractor's gonna be more experienced and better at doing that.
okay.
I mean, these guys are really good at patching and laying smaller sections, but where that is, it's a little outside of our scope, so.
I just remember several months ago, it was talked about, and they said, you know, that the funding was there, but now that it's explained this way, I appreciate that.
Do you guys have any other questions for streets? I know we're out of time.
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Now we'll get where we were going.
Before you leave, guys,
Yes, please.
Yeah,
I would
we
just
better
like
just
to-
get her done.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I just wanna acknowledge Antelope is a new, restaurant in town. It's over by the hotel, by the Taco Bell, and they provided dinner tonight. So I just wanna say-
Quality,
Sorry, thank you.
Thanks.
Deborah is her name.
Deborah.
Deborah?
Deborah.
Deborah Morris.
Deborah Morris.
Okay, thank you.
Can you bring me a pillow?
Yes, ma'am.
That's tomorrow?
She just wanted to tell us that real fast.
I think we can get that done.
I was gonna ask you a question, but then I shot it. Trying to go right in. I was gonna ask you, right? Okay.
but just traveling at the speed of government can be frustrating. I'm going to, rather just I got all. I was telling you, I took your mouse, well, I didn't have this pen. Anyway, he finally made it work for me.
Hey, Linda? Linda, can you hear me?
Yes.
We're gonna have to file that stuff, or we're gonna have to do a lot of cuts, who knows?
Can you hear me, Linda?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I think you were not invited to attend these, you're only watching and listening.
What we did with the county was we took all the wishes.
I can hear them, but they can't hear me. Mute.
And then you can call in on the call-in number, so you can watch through Zoom. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but you can't hear me.
We can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you.
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, good.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so why don't you mute your Zoom and then call in on the spider phone? So you watch through Zoom.
It was
Okay, there's too much background noise.
Okay.
You want me just to call in?
Yeah, but stay on Zoom so you can watch. Stay on Zoom so you can watch. Did you hear that?
I'm on Zoom.
Yeah, so just mute Zoom or step into your computer. Okay, so just stay on so you can watch, but just call in. But don't hang up on this. Does that make sense?
Okay, calling in at 328-4500.
Hold on. Let's get to the number. I don't know, you were on the internet. Yeah, you were on the internet. Right. Danielle, what is the number for the conference number?
Oh, right.
You know?
Hey, Mr. Sean,
Okay, Linda?
have you gotten any resolution on the email stuff yet?
Call
Yes,
605.
Running again?
just a minute, I can't hear that.
I'll text it to you.
Okay, 1,
605.
yeah, just text it to me. Just text it to me.
I haven't been in. Oh, yeah. Well, mine has been up for.
I haven't been able to get on it. I don't know.
I'll try.
Yeah, you realize all of yours was. Aaron, are you talking about that?
I haven't tried, oh, now I do.
Are you talking about?
Yeah, I would say not yet. Hopefully good.
Thank you. Maybe,
Thank you for choosing
Hopefully that'll.
communicate for free. Please enter your access code followed by the pound or hash sign.
And, you're gonna look at it, and I think I forgot to leave it, and then the guy was busy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I just set mine up.
Well, this is a different number up here.
Oh, yeah, you already have it.
I'm hoping we can conference her in. Can we talk?
234,261.
I think so. I think so.
You don't want to stop the recording.
Yeah.
Let her. I can start the recording and start it up again. Well, but then we have to do a code and go into an account. You don't think she can, it's not calling in on this anyway.
Welcome and thank you for choosing freeconferencecall.com. You're helping people around the world. You entered 4, 3, 4, 2.
Linda, are you there?
1. If this is correct, press 1. To re-enter.
Yes, I am.
Oh, she's here. Perfect.
Conference.
Yeah, I think I'm coming through.
You're coming through.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, we'll call this meeting to order. It is 7:42. Please join for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I will.
Like, at least go back in.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, no worries.
It just couldn't get me. Okay. Go ahead. I'm
Are you ready? I don't want to push on you. You've had kind of a busy week. We do appreciate you, Liz.
Thank you.
All right, the next thing on our agenda is the roll call.
Mayor Terry Wyckoff,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jacqueline Wells. Here. Councilmember Aaron Durst.
Here?
Councilmember Darrell Gardner.
Here.
Councilmember Davari Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember Linda Smith. Councilmember Chris Weisman.
Here, Weisenberg.
Weisenberg.
I think Linda.
Linda, are you on the phone?
She is.
We lost her.
She don't get Zoom.
She said yes, but we can't get voice.
She can probably hear us. She's probably
She
muted.
can hear and she's just.
That happened to me once. It's something with this Zoom thing. You get in there, but you can't talk. Cause I was typing to them, but I was there.
You should be able to hear. Linda, can we hear you?
Linda?
I can hear you on Zoom, but I can't hear you on the phone.
Oh.
Well, there we
Hear you
go.
now.
We're good?
So are you good, Linda? Are you able to participate?
Welcome and thank you for choosing freeconferencecall.com. Your help.
That's the number she called in.
Welcome and thank you for choosing free conference call. You entered 4346112. If this is correct, press 1. To re-
Okay, can you hear me now?
You are the only participant.
Can you hear me now?
Are we ready to go, Linda?
I can hear you, but you can't hear me.
No, I can hear you now.
I can hear you, but you can't hear me.
No, I can hear
Okay,
you.
great, thank you.
All right, we can hear each other, so here we go. All right, so.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. We're to citizens' participation, and this is the time when any citizen has wants to talk about something that is not on the agenda. There is a 5-minute limitation, as per resolution. Is there anybody here that would like to speak to the council, bring anything to us? Yes, ma'am. Come up and tell us who you are and tell us what you want to tell us. Yeah.
Well, Mayor and Council, I just want to, thank Hamza for today. We had leadership coming, and our portion today was, government and nonprofit. And I want to thank Sean and Mayor for your participation. Amy, it was a very good class today. So I just wanted to let you know.
Sure.
Sure.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to participate or speak to us as far as citizens are concerned? You'll have down here a ways on the council report, but okay. All right, hearing none, we will go to the next thing on the approval of the minutes. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to approve the city council regular meeting minutes of March 16, 2021 as presented.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to approve the city council regular meeting minutes of March 16, 2021 as presented. Is there any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Wait until Linda. Linda, were you able to vote? Or she could just say.
Linda, do you want to
Aye.
give us a? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Aye.
All right, online voting is closed.
Can you hear me?
Yes?
It passes with 6 yea and 1 abstain.
All right. All right, the next thing on our agenda is, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is, the minutes for the, special meeting. Councilman Martinez?
May I make a motion to approve the city council special meeting minutes of March 29, 2021 as presented.
Do I hear a second? Yeah, but we gotta have a second to discuss.
Second.
Okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded to approve the city council special meeting minutes of March 29, 2021 as presented. Is there any discussion? And Amy, you had some.
I would ask for a friendly, amendment, to reflect a change in the motion, coming out of executive session. I believe it referenced Vice Mayor Jacqueline Wells. She was not at that meeting, so we just need to update who that was. Thank you.
I agree.
I was wrong.
Okay. So as a friendly amendment, do you accept that?
Yes, I would.
And then you do accept it, right?
Yes.
All right, so,
You recall who, made the initial motion? Chris Weisenberg made the second. would it possibly have been Linda Smith?
At the prior meeting?
Yes.
We would just ask, the motion on the floor to reflect as amended, replacing Jacqueline Wells with Linda Smith.
I would make the amendment on my motion to, reflect that, Councilmember Wells is not present, is that?
And that the motion was made by Linda Smith.
And that the motion was made by Linda Smith and seconded by Councilmember Weisenberg.
Okay, I guess since you made the seconded
I will
motion,
second, yes.
okay, so the motion's been made and seconded also to, approve the city council meeting special, meeting minutes of March 29th, 2021 as amended. Any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, online voting is closed, and the motion carried with 6 yes and 1 abstain.
Okay, the next thing on our agenda is to approve the agenda. Do I have a motion? Councilman Martinez?
So we're gonna make a motion to approve the April sixth, 2021 city council agenda as presented.
The last one. And it's been seconded by Vice Mayor Wells. Is there any further discussion?
Are you okay, Chris?
Yeah, no, I just, the computer had some,
Hang on for just a second, guys.
yes, yes. Just had a pop-up on there of the last one to vote again. So that's what I was like, electronic.
So the computer is making you vote for, the amendment back, that was the motion that we made before,
On the 29th,
on the
the
29th.
minutes on the 29th. So,
I vote aye.
okay.
We can do a voice vote on the
Okay, so,
April 6th meeting if we need to.
okay, hold on 1 second.
Refreshed it already.
No, me neither. Not yet.
Because these computers make it all much easier, so much faster this is going.
I didn't think I'd work on mine. Mine was working fine. Then you fixed it. It's working. Go back to paper.
Hit any key to continue. Yeah, I can see that. And the way I was trying to figure out that, city council.
Reports and information. There's one there, council.
Yeah, right here. See how you want that? I think you're on the wrong meeting. Oh, yeah, right here. Where'd it go? It was D anyway. Yeah.
utility truck and get a hammer.
You what? Big hammers.
It fix it real good, like.
Yeah.
But you're gonna be sore tomorrow, I'm reading all these proclamations.
There's a bunch of them.
I know.
How am I?
I'm sorry, yeah.
Oh, no
You're
worries.
fine.
Okay, so we're at the agenda, so if we could take the motion, because I didn't get who was first and second.
Savari did
Savari
first,
made
I
that.
did second.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Now we're ready to
Yeah,
vote.
we're ready
ready to vote. It's open.
Oh, okay, it just now popped up.
Did it pop up?
Yes,
Just came
Okay.
through.
we're good.
Okay. I'm correct.
And I close online voting. It passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is, utilities and GIS mapping. And, we're gonna have, Ben Groves and Tyler Perry come up as presenters and tell us all about it.
Hello again, Honorable Mayor and Council. Tyrell will hand you guys out the maps we've been working on. Some pretty cool information on this stuff that we've gathered over the last couple of years. We, compiled all the information from previous water breaks and stuff like that, put them on a map, and we can access it web-based, so everybody can have the information instead of digging through 5-10 years of files. Me and Tyrell have been doing this in our spare time, or I take a little bit like home on the weekend when I was like stuck in the house, so I didn't have anything to do. And, Sarah Bruger, our GIS tech, she works with us 40% of the time in the county, and she's the one that actually does most of the.
Can you speak a little louder? I'm
Sorry, she's the one that does most of the actual information, or the base information, but we do all the data entry. So I'll give Tyrell the floor and let him do the first one.
And Tyrell, I'm sorry, I mispronounced your first name, I apologize.
I've probably been called worse.
Never admit it.
First map I wanna talk about was our hydrant map that we're working on, our hydrant layers. And with this map, what made this one pretty neat was I was able to go around and inventory every single hydrant in town. And with this information, I was able to collect the year on the hydrant. I was able to collect its ID stamp that the fire department uses for information. And then I was also able to catalog the brand of the hydrant. And then also, every hydrant I went to, I took pictures. I had a picture of the stamp, I also had a picture of the hydrant itself. And that, gives us a nice reference for if we're planning a project for that specific hydrant. We can actually plan from the office. We already went out there and field verified everything. And we can, look at that image and know if there's a bunch of concrete work that'll need to be done with that or not. That's pretty helpful. See, I can kind of follow some of this, but, yeah, the other information I took was the type of hydrant it was, specifically if it has a big pumper port on the front, or it's a threaded connection, or some of the new style ones we're now installing are the stores fittings, which are a push and twist and lock. It's much quicker for the fire department to hook onto a hydrant, rather than trying to thread on a couple of. Yeah, and I guess one of the things we're kind of excited about this map was being able to work with the fire department on this information. So that these locations are now field verified. We know there's a hydrant there. We know exactly where it's at. And then the color coding on there is related to the actual fittings. So they know when they're going to a fire, they can look at this map,
and see the style of hydrant it is, and know which kind of couplings they might need. And it just, kind of helps with that pre-planning and going to a job.
Next, we have our water break maps by year. Worked on this map. I didn't add any of the water breaks that are, scheduled for infrastructure repair, because good data in is good data out, we know it's gonna get fixed, let's not put that on the map. So, we have 113, it's probably about 117 water breaks in the last, or since 2015, but the actual number was around 186. But we've taken care of some of these problem areas that are scheduled for maintenance. So each year cataloged again by, if it was a circle break, a round break on the pipe, if it was a hole that blew out, a split, corporation failure, service failure, anything like that, we can identify the problems and know what type of issues we're having in that area. Again, it kind of goes back to like the pressure monitoring, you know, if we have a bunch of holes blown out in the pipe these certain years, maybe we have issues with too much water pressure. We can try troubleshooting it that way. So that was just the top graph, and then it kind of breaks it down a percentage of how many are actually the issue, like the holes are 37%, the circle breaks 28.32%. And those usually happen winter time when the ground's shifting. Then on the map on the right, there's where all the water breaks are around town, you can visually see where our problem areas are. And the next one.
So the next map that I was able to spend quite a bit of time on was our storm sewer mapping. This kind of, with this map, I was able to map every inlet and catch basin in town, and I, applied a, kind of a, I guess what were we looking for? Whether they're good, bad, okay, or replace, a condition to them. We kind of wanted to give an idea of what in town we had for numbers of ones that needed replaced or addressed. And a lot of these is like concrete baling, a lot of these are pipe inlets, where they do just do the 90 and straight to the main. And a lot of the concrete right at the bottom of that 90 is broken out. And that's, as we have water events, a lot of times that just washes that dirt right into our mains. And over time, slowly builds up our mains with sediment and soils, and essentially makes them non-functioning over time. Yeah, this map just kind of gives us a perspective of what we have in town for stormwater infrastructure. And then, kind of coming back to the ditch bucket we talked about a little earlier, on the map, it's kind of hard to see a little bit, but the thick black lines are our, open ditches that we use that ditch bucket on. Kind of give you an idea of the amount of,
The work that we put in.
the amount of ditches we actually have in town.
And as I mentioned earlier, it goes with that, if they have to do a stormwater mitigation plan or in the future, or to look at something, we know which ones we have to address first, and we can probably hit it that way, just kick it off. The next one is our sanitary sewer call map. This is every sewer call in the last 5 years. When we have a call from residents that their sewer's blocked, it's on the main or it's at their house. So we've had 475 calls in the last 5 years. 124 were on the city, 351 were residential. We started doing a more thorough job of our preventative maintenance on our sewers. We do 20% a year. And Tyra actually, I kind of let him take the reins on that because he does a great job on it, starting to train all the new guys. But we do every run, he vacuums everything, gets all that debris out of there, we're not just flushing it down the line, causing more problems. So like, even with everybody home in 2020, I mean, we started doing good maintenance in probably 2018, 19. With all the flushable wipes and COVID and lockdowns, we only had 10 blockages on the city sewer side, with 71 calls altogether. So, I mean, you can kind of see it just drop off over the years, and again, you can see our problem areas.
So are people actually calling the city to say my sewer isn't blocked, and then
all the
You
time.
have to decide whether it's your problem or a plumber's problem,
So
and
we go run it, no matter what. Even if the plumber's there, they cut, it's after hours, they call the PD. We go out and get two guys out there, we go run the main, even if it's flowing, we gotta make sure it's not blocked. So we get calls all times of the day, 365.
so if it was, so you're just saying you just do the main regardless of whose problem it is? Or you're saying you clean out the person's house and then you
No,
do
we
it?
don't do any residential.
You're just making sure that the main
Just the
sewer,
main's clear.
so whatever, if it's in my yard, my problem.
Yeah, it's their responsibility to the main.
And so you can at least say, listen, we did our end.
Yeah. And if it's usually an ongoing problem, we'll go back and do a video inspection on it, like, hey, we got called there twice in 2 or 3 days, let's go back.
Okay.
Will this detect when the sewer line has settled and there's, less flow? That's one of the problems I had on one sewer line, between Miller and Davis. The city went down, backed out. The sewer was working. Talking to the plumber that did the job, he said the problem was that small section in there was flat. And everything settles right there, so when the city comes and flushes it out, he just pushes it all the way. He said the problem was working, will that detect that?
Well, we'd have to do a video inspection to detect that. You can see the main, and you can see it dip down flat, then come back up.
He said it would take a lot of work, it would take, actually, the way that sewer line is, it's gonna take,
Sounds just like a bad installation.
well, over the years, you know, it's been there since
Or somebody will make a new tap, and then they didn't do proper compaction, and that section of the pipe settles, and you get a dip in your pipe.
I was just saying, does your, work in doing that, will that detect those kind of lines?
When we do a video inspection, that's the only way to verify that.
Okay.
That'll be implemented into the map, right? Is what
What's that?
He's like, you're pretty much asking, is that gonna be implemented into the map?
Eventually, I wanna do another map layer, we talked about Sarah's, click on each section of pipe, and it'll bring up the video inspection. So everything that's been videoed in town, it's gonna be what they just click on it, and watch their inspection.
Because I think they did that, they ran a camera in there and checked it out. And I think that's what the result was.
Yeah.
They got it right.
And that's the only way to verify that, is to visually see it on the camera.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and that's kind of some of our future goals is to, be more proactive with our camera inspection system and having a camera inspection maintenance plan. And we can actually create a digital and visual inventory of our sewer systems. And the best way to tell what's going on underground.
Go look, right?
Because a lot of this was, you have a problem area, and it's like, you're digging through years and years and years of paperwork, and there's so much wasted time when I can just open my iPad or computer and see, well, I've had 3 sewer calls in the last 6 months. There's an issue. So, again, just trying to be more efficient, proactive.
Newfangled ideas.
Right? I think we keep Sarah on her toes, she's like, what do these guys want again? I'll let Tyrell do the last one we've been working on.
All right, the next one, covers all the meters we've installed. Let me go past. Kind of, well, this is, we all are iPearl meters, so the new ones we're looking at replacing the entire city with. This also includes our bigger 1.5 inch and larger meters, which are our Omnis. And then we also have on this map our Ally meters, which are the smart remote meters that collect pressure data and they have temperature sensors. And this kind of gives an overview. This kind of helped us, we kind of use this map to help, determine where we want to put Ally meters as well. Kind of spread them throughout town so we can kind of hit some different areas to collect that, pressure data so that we can be on top of some of those alerts that we do get.
Well, and again, with the meter replacement too, we have a visual to look at, we're not going through a bunch of records. When you're in a certain neighborhood, did we do that house, did we do this one? It's gonna be right on our iPad in the field, that one's done, that one's done, that one's done, this one needs to be done, just faster.
A lot of this just makes it easier for us to plan back at the office, instead of going out and trying to, we've done all the field verification, done all the hard work, and now it's just building on these maps and having something really great for you guys to use. So you guys coming in, a lot easier for them to use a lot of this technology, and they'll have access to these maps on their phones through apps. And so in the field, they can be using digital maps rather than our old paper maps that may or may not be accurate.
Cool. This is awesome.
Yeah.
I can see this would save a tremendous amount of time and it's an investment of time doing it, but it's
Yeah,
much
you guys
better.
have to research every phone call,
Okay.
going back a million years.
I took all 8 household files from sewer calls home on the weekends and worked on them. Cause it's, well, I do a sewer claims report, I'm digging through paperwork, trying to find where it was at, when we did maintenance, now everything's.
Councilman Weissenberg?
So like on the fire hydrant stuff, is that stuff that the fire department can input themselves also into that GIS map to say this one isn't working?
As of now, Tyrell, I and Sarah are the only ones that can do edits on it until people can get trained and familiar with it. But they can view it, make comments, anything like that, but to actually add something or do an edit, that would only be us right now.
So they'd just be able to call you all and say, this hydrant isn't working. I mean, just, it goes for every department that this involves in, right?
Oh, yeah, they use that emergency reporting program for the fire department. I was gonna try getting like their pressure data off their hydrants and put on the hydrant map. So maybe we can correlate that way a little better. So
And this is just stored on our website under a GIS map, is that where this is gonna be?
you can get it on your app or your tablet or whatever, it's a ArcGIS map, and then we have a login where you can access it and view it, but you can't make any edits, because I personally restrict, like, access to people and delete everything.
Yeah, good call, yeah, for sure.
Get one disgruntled person, then I'm gonna be pretty disgruntled.
Fix your hydrant.
Thank you.
Yep.
Excellent.
So hopefully, in the next couple of years, it'll be even better.
Exciting.
This is excellent work. I can see this is so needed. Many times I've thought that there should be some inventory. I had no idea you guys were on it, but.
Just slow on our spare time here and there when we're doing water breaks or maintenance, but when I started, they spent all this money on GIS and flyovers and did nothing with it for years, and it finally taught them to get us tablets and got it kicked off a few years ago.
Oh, good, thank you. Good for you. Awesome.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. All right, next thing on our agenda is the, strategic plan, and, I'll turn it over to presenter Sean Metcalf. Thank you, Sean.
All right, thank you. This is pretty exciting. So just to point you towards the back of the room, we got our frames, we purchased for 30 frames where we could put our strategic plan in there. And then we filter that out through all of our departments, so any citizen that, comes into any building, they can see our strategic plan, so I just wanted to point that out. So we, just as a quick recap of everything that we've done in preparation for today, we started by getting tons of feedback from all of our employees of how can we meet the initiatives that have been set forth by the city council, and then we had over 500 ideas submitted. We whittled that down, kind of got rid of the duplications and all that. Then our leadership team kind of brought it down even further. And then finally today, we have it whittled down to what we feel that we can successfully accomplish in this next fiscal year. I will note that a few of the items that are here, some of the projects may filter into an additional year because it will take time to do. But I think we are all genuinely excited to present this, and we hope that you enjoy what we have prepared. And ultimately, we want to be able to accomplish these initiatives so we can meet those directives, meet the mission, keep us focused going in that same direction. So we really hope that you like what we prepared. So with that, we will start with the employee section. Stephanie's going to talk about that section, and then we have a few presenters for this. And also, I will note, some of these do have some budget amounts attached to it. We haven't gone into great detail to figure out what those amounts are, because we want to see how you like it first, and if you're like, yes, go for this, or then we can dig into the budget numbers. So with that, I will turn the time over to Stephanie.
Honorable Mayor and Council. I am excited that I get to be first, because I get to present about the best part, which is the employees, which is why I do what I do. I'm excited for this section because it has so many wonderful things that we get to be able to grow within the organization. So I'm just gonna go through the initiatives, talk about a couple of the projects, and just encourage you to read through it and ask us questions and as we go on. So the first one is to invest in our employees through training, development, and equipment. And in this section, we have set some priorities, some projects. We're going to begin a training program, a monthly training program, both in our leadership and throughout the organization, to be able to start learning the skills that we need to do in order to develop our employees. We also want to establish, or have already started establishing a safety committee, which has been a priority since we've been here. We have Blaine Schumacher, our fire chief, is the head of that safety committee. And we're excited about that. He's putting together different people throughout the organization to be able to train all of us on how to be more safe and be able to do our jobs effectively, which will be fantastic. Some other things in there, we would like to fund some opportunities for staff to receive training, and these would be training opportunities that are particular to their positions and their jobs, whether it be a hazmat training or a loader training or whatever it is, throughout the organization. So those would be more specific. We also want to fund some equipment maintenance. You've heard a lot of maintenance stuff today, and that's something that we want to include in there. So the second part is revising policies and procedures. So we've actually already started part of this. This actually includes 3 particular policies and procedures. One is the police civil service rules and regulations. So we've actually begun that process already. Had a wonderful meeting last Friday with the police commissioners and the committee, which has been fantastic to get that started. The second one, I think I flip-flopped them. The Fire Civil Service Committee, we're starting that, our Fire Civil Service Commission, they're redoing their civil service rules, and they're beginning that in May. And so we're pretty excited about that one coming up too. So that would be fun to be part of that. And then, in addition to all of that, we're going to do the citywide policies and procedures. So we're doing lots and lots of policy this year, so it'll be really fun. Really exciting to be able to get those things back in place. It's been a while since we've done the city policies. It's been since 2008, so they're pretty antique. So antiquated, that's the word. So the next section is to optimize opportunities to appreciate and recognize employees, and this is something that's very tender to my heart. Something that we want to do is to recognize those people who are working so hard to do such great things throughout the city. So some things that we're going to do in there is we began a while back, the City Scoop is our newsletter, internal newsletter. We're going to continue with Employee of the Quarter, so you should be able to see those presented here at council. We're going to continue with Supervisor of the Year and Max Sutton Awards, those things that we're already doing. We also want to have some get-togethers so that we can continue to build our morale and be able to appreciate what the employees are doing. So we're looking at doing those either quarterly and citywide. The next one is to strengthen purpose and direction and unity for the employees. And so in here, we're talking more about continuing to receive feedback. And that's something that is really important, to be able to understand what people need. And the only way we can understand is by having them let us know. And so we're working on engaging employees into all of these things and into the strategic plan and working on those things. One thing Sean has offered to do, I'm grateful for, he is going to actually do a monthly communication to all the employees, which I think is exceptional. Not too many leaders do that, and I think that is a wonderful thing that he's offered to do that. We also want to continue the annual city council training that we started this year, and I'm excited. Hopefully that was beneficial to you guys to do that training as you came in and started new people. last one is to improve competitiveness in employee benefits and compensation. And so this is one we have already begun. We are working with the salary study right now. We've gone through, the process of updating, well, we're currently updating our job descriptions. We had our salary, study individual that we contracted with. They came in and they sat down with each of our employees and talked to them about their jobs. And now they're going back and taking that information from those employees and they're, compiling them into job descriptions, and we're getting those revised, which will be fantastic, to be able to have that. And then that information will be implemented into the salary, designations or those types of things. It's a really fantastic, spreadsheet. Sean's the master of this one. He's gone through it before, but it has a lot of information in it, that helps identify competitive salaries and according to what their job description actually entails. So it's a really, really neat, process, and we'll go through that as that comes out and as they, develop that for us. The next one on there is we want to maintain our excellent health benefits. One of the things that I love to use as a recruiting tool is that we have fantastic health benefits that have been offered to employees in the city, and I'm so grateful for that, and we want to continue to keep that up. The next one is to fund a cost of living adjustment, and I'm sure you'll hear more about that. Sean's taken that lead on that one, and so we're excited about that. The last one here is to create an employee benefit summary document. This is something that we would really like to use in recruiting, but also, throughout the city with employees, is to be able to have just a single page or two-page document listing out all of the benefits that we have, how awesome it is to come and work for the city, kind of a thing. So that they know when we hire someone and someone comes on, they know exactly, these are our benefits, this is what we do, this is our fabulous retirement plan, this is what we, offer with medical insurance and vision and dental and all of those wonderful things that we're, blessed with being employees in the city. So we want to put that all in one document and kind of publicize all of our awesomeness.
Yes.
So that's what I have for you.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, this strategic plan has been such an exciting process, and it's gonna be a great living document, for all of us to follow. I'm going to provide an overview of the beautification directive of the strategic plan. And I'd like to start by saying, the beautification portion is much more than just parks and green space and trees. It also addresses dilapidated buildings, beautification of our streets and entryways, as well as giving us leverage with code enforcement. So the beautification directive reads, our city increases the visual appeal of our natural and built landscapes by leveraging available tools and resources in partnership with community stakeholders. So the first initiative is increase our efforts to clean up dilapidated and dangerous buildings. And the first project under that, we feel we could achieve this by assist council and the Wyoming Association of Municipalities in lobbying for more municipal authority. So currently, we cannot assess liens against property owners, so we are trying to lobby for that support. The next project is fund and continue dangerous building abatement. We adopted a 1997 dangerous building code, and we have funding, including a $5,000 waiver for landfill fees that building owners can apply for. The next is research other communities' dangerous building abatement. We feel we could learn from what other communities have done and learn from their successes. So the next initiative is develop programs and projects to support city beautification efforts. This could be accomplished by continual annual cleanup and free landfill opportunities. So we are already doing these, and city staff is looking at ways to make these more accessible to Rawlins residents. And we feel that these opportunities may evolve over time as we receive input back from the community.
And the next project under this initiative is expand Adopt a Street and Spots program. So we already have a very successful Adopt a Street program. We would like to consider adding spots, which could include various city properties, parks, facilities, things of that nature. Then the next project is create summer yard and holiday light program. This program could be a super fun way to recognize residents for their great looking yards and their great holiday light displays. It's also something that if we're successful in this, we might look at ways to expand and different ways we might operate this program in the future. The next project under this initiative is participate in beautification partnerships. So this is also currently being done, and we'd like to expand and include building partnerships with new organizations such as Little League, Eagle Scouts, things like that. We've already begun the process with that at this point. So the next initiative is leverage code enforcement as a beautification tool. We would like to start by support code enforcement. And I'd like to add that support from council members and employees will be an important part of this process. The next project would be create transparent code enforcement education campaign. We would like to see this project as something that the city council has buy-in and as well as your support. We would like to develop a campaign at staff level and then bring important updates to the community and the council throughout the process. The next project under this initiative is hire an additional code enforcement officer. And this is added here because it's something that we've been talking about in the past. We've always talked about it. And we are trying to take initiative to bring this position on board. This is also something that you will see throughout the budget process, the operating budget process for this position. So the last initiative under the beautification is improve attractiveness of city entryways and properties. This could be achieved by complete the gateway and wayfinding system. So the gateway system includes the welcome to Rawlings signs that we have. We'd like to improve the lighting and possibly the landscaping around them. And the wayfinding systems are the signage that we could possibly add to our entrance of parks and facilities to make them look nicer upon first view. The next project under this initiative is maintain and improve the appearance of all city properties. These properties could include city hall, parks, facilities, trails, all throughout Rollins. And then the last project under this initiative is work on parks and recreation plan. We do not currently have an up-to-date parks and recreation plan, so we would like to develop one that is in line with the city's goals as well as this strategic plan. So that's a basic first look at the beautification portion of the strategic plan, and it's been really exciting just seeing the excitement from staff and even communicating with community members that this is happening. It's a really exciting time for Rollins, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, I have infrastructure. So, under infrastructure, our first initiative is to ensure consistent funding for infrastructure. So, first project is to fund the project. The second thing is to implement funded six-penny projects, and then to continue meter replacements throughout the city. Our second initiative is continue the source water protection plan, and this one's pretty self-explanatory. We really need to move forward on it. I know it's kind of a one project thing, but it's super important to our community. We have improved the city's stormwater and floodplain management. Our projects for this would be to work with FEMA and the state to mitigate proposed designated floodplain areas. We have already started this. We've been working with Kim Johnson, who's been a huge resource for us, as well as FEMA. And they've also been pretty responsive in helping us. We would like to start doing some routine maintenance and cleaning and maintenance of catch basins and gutters, which we talked about earlier. and then maintaining diversion ditches. So back to that ditch bucket, I guess. And then our last initiative for infrastructure is improving our ability to track and report on infrastructure. Here we would like to create a capital improvement program. We would like to utilize software solutions for infrastructure and equipment tracking. Again, we've already started doing this a little bit. We have Dude Solutions for our facilities. We just want to be able to expand that. We've been obviously working on GIS mapping, which you guys were able to see. And then the last thing is to seek outside funding for a feasibility study for the new police and fire department. Just have questions on infrastructure? Okay, we covered most of that already.
Thank you.
Myra's not here, so I'm gonna do the community trust and engagement. So the first one is increase the city's efforts in training and recognizing volunteers. And the first project would be establish a committee to create a training and recognition program for volunteers. One thing I'll point out that I didn't point out before, but we actually, on each one of these, we have either a person, a committee, or multiple persons that are actually ready to roll with these. So that's something I think important to mention. So on this one, Myra, Pam, Patty, Julie Hahn, and Danielle are all ready to go with it. And so we just want to create a super good experience for all of our volunteers. And so this committee would really focus in and help them have that good experience through the recognition and training. The next one is improve the city's efforts to inform the public. The first one, I think this has been a really important one, release information from all departments through multiple channels. It's kind of the continuance of all the good things that Myra has been doing and that our citizens have really been noticing big time. The second is create a mass distributed newsletter and guide, including city information and recreation opportunities. So this could be something you'll get in the mail, and it's gonna show a ton of city stuff, and it could be like with the recreation programs, like here's all the upcoming things that you can sign your kiddos up for, and just something that you can get your hands on. The next one is host events for public to interact with departments. I already know that several things are in the works right now. The fire department has something planned with a community event. The police department told me today they have each year they do a national night out. And then I'm wondering if I can convince the mayor, maybe you and I can do an event where we can talk to the public, and just doing events like that we can engage our residents.
He'll be happy to do that.
I'll check with him.
We would really like to improve the website content. I think it has been quite a while where we've really kind of dug into that and got it all up to date. And so it'd kind of be like a monthly process that we would just kind of tackle it bit by bit until it was looking really good. And then we want to educate the public about the Notify Me and Report a Concern website functions. So the Notify Me is like if there's a road closure, if there's a bid opportunity, job postings, news flash, council meeting, it's all that, and it's advertising those sorts of things. So people use them. And then continue gathering resident feedback through surveys, and we would love to continue the annual citizen satisfaction survey through multiple channels. So this time we kind of did it all digitally, but I think we could provide opportunities in a physical form for those that didn't have that opportunity online. So that's kind of what that one is. And then lastly, we'd like to utilize surveys throughout the year to glean community feedback on specific issues as necessary, doing a little bit more of that. If we wanted to get, for example, a little bit more feedback on specific recreational opportunities that we'd like to see, we can just dive in and do a survey. So, and on to the last one.
Honorable Mayor and Council, community and economic development. So, there are 5 initiatives that were put together on this, and the first one is expand the city's business recruitment and development program. So create an experience for incoming and existing businesses through resources such as a business starter package. We're talking a little changing in the verbiage, but such as a starter package for businesses or a starter package if they're gonna build a building, so just being very, user-friendly as a city. Hire an economic development and grant writer. Create a strategy for community and economic development, using current, plans that we already have, and possibly even using grant funds for planning to pay for that. The second thing is prepare properties to be shovel-ready for development. Identify, develop, advertise, and inventory of available development properties in town. And the standard is, if you would get a lead on something, maybe within 24 to 48 hours, be able to have something back to that prospective lead. I do want to throw in, the coolest thing, it's called 360-degree video and 3D rendering. I was telling Sean about it, that there's this new software, maybe not this year, but next year, the city could purchase. And if we got a lead on something, you actually take a parcel of land, you actually put a 3D rendering, you send it back to the customer who's looking for it, and it shows their building, and they can visually see it. It was super cool, I got that. So, something like that. Research and seek available development grants. Support development solutions in line with the master plan. There was talk that we do have a current master plan, but it could be time to also update that, and then go back to the previous, initiative, and maybe take the strategy and the updating of the master plan and apply for grant funds for both of those, to be strategic. The third initiative is diversify indoor recreation and other activities. I think that Jason has touched on that. Create a Parks and Rec Advisory Committee. Revamp and increase recreational programming opportunities. And just a little bit is more for quality of life, but also for recruitment. If we're recruiting new businesses, that we are found that we would revamp those for those major two reasons. And then the dog park. And I do have a quick question, and we've discussed this, and just so there's some clarity to move forward, if so chose, is there the possibility of money being set aside? There is money being set aside that Wyoming Community Gas money has been set aside for a dog park. Is that something that you would actually like to merge with the apartment complex and expand that dog park? Or are you, as a council, and you don't have to answer tonight, a different location? And that's something, more information that we would need to know to move forward on that project.
What apartment complex and stuff? I mean, we're not even close to that. I think, you know, we don't know enough about it to say, yeah, we'll hook it to that, because we know, very little about it. Am I right, or?
I would agree with that, yeah.
Okay, so this is what I'm hearing, that we would just look for a different location at this point.
For
With
a
that-
good place for a dog park.
Okay, perfect, thank you. The next initiative is strengthen partnerships with economic development agencies. Create and lead an alliance of economic development agencies. That is already being started. A good example of that was today, Leadership Carbon County. And then fund economic development focused agencies, because collaboration is better. Another example of that is in a lot of grants, whether it's through the Wyoming Business Council or USDA or BEG, or bond grants, when they see a community come together, with multiple, agencies, it's a stronger grant application. And then the last one is partner to reduce the number of unused and vacant buildings. And that is something that Jody and, collaborating with the ordinance and working on that. Okay, gotta get through that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that pretty much sums up everything that we've tried to do in preparation for tonight. Can we answer any questions for you, and know that you don't, there will be an opportunity next time we meet to be able to kind of dig into this a little bit more. This is more kind of the presentation, let you kind of chew on this a little bit, but do you have any questions that we can answer for you, feedback?
No, I would just say, I think that's a pretty reasonable assessment at that time. I mean, like, summed all down of all of that talking, and I like it.
There's a lot of specifics that need to come, but, the overview's right.
I mean, I agree, the direction is there, we just gotta get down into the devil's details now, right?
Yeah.
But the direction.
Anybody else got anything to say?
Yeah, good job.
All right. So we'll go to the next, thing on the agenda, which is the, city manager's report.
All right. Just a couple of items tonight. So as we were looking at the work sessions this week, I think you may already know about this, but the Thursday one, we don't need to do that for the capital items. As we were looking at all the different capital items that came in, it appeared that we don't need that third night, so we'll be able to accomplish everything tomorrow night. Also, just, again, I mentioned this in an email, but we do have a WAM conference. I think this is their main conference that they do every year, which is July 14th to the 16th. I think it'd be, if any of you can attend, I think.
Didn't they move that to August?
I thought it was August too.
This is what I have most recently from them.
They could have changed.
Yeah, it's July 14th to the 16th, in Cheyenne at the Little America.
I thought it was gonna be in August in Laramie.
They were scheduled to have it to start with, and then this pandemic took over, and then the last information I got was August.
Yeah, they must have changed it, but, so, anyway, I think it could be a really good opportunity for training for city council and quite a few of our employees too, to attend something like that.
Now, when did you say it was July?
It's July 14th to the 16th.
It is really important if all the city councilmen and whatnot could go. It is very, WAM can be a very powerful tool for us if we participate.
So we should, they did say they were gonna send some more information, so when I get that, I'll send that out to all of you. And then lastly, as you know, we're working on the capital budget right now. We would like to schedule, another work session that would be on May 4th, and that's not currently on, the budget calendar. But that would be the time where we can actually kind of dig in and give you some highlights of every operational budget of, you know, here's what we did last year, but we'd like to change this or this, so you get a good picture of those changes, but not to overwhelm you too, because it's a large budget, so. And that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Next thing on the agenda is the city council reports and direction to the city manager. Does any councilman have anything to report? Councilman Martinez.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I had an opportunity to meet with a member of the city council, St. Clair. He was here this winter, and they were interested in maybe putting a bike run from Rochelle Golf Course up to St. Clair. And I told him that, I think that would be a nice thing to do, and it wouldn't be that expensive, since we own the right-of-way from the Rochelle Golf Course all the way up through that water tank of St. Clair. And so he was real interested in it, and he called me just the other day and was talking about it, and I told him a way to go about it would be to speak to his council, which he's gonna do this week, and if they think it's a good idea, then they could visit with the manager and maybe come up with some kind of a plan and a committee that would work on that and present it back to our council. So I just wanted to let you know that was ongoing.
It's a good idea. Nothing.
I was just curious where we at. Have you been in contact with the church to help them out with the next?
Yeah, you wanna give an update?
Sure. Yes, I have been in touch with them. I finally got hold of them after about 4 or 5 messages leaving them. So they are planning to do one this month at the fairgrounds, and I need to touch base. I just need to follow up with one of our employees and find out about putting maybe a bin there or something to collect the cardboard. The Sinclair Church does every other month food drive. They have a semi that delivers about 18 pallets of food, and between 300 and 400 cars actually come through. There's no criteria. Anybody who shows up, they're able to help them. So there are some leftover cardboard, so we've approached them to see if we can help them with the one coming up in April. So their location changes depending on where they can get, you know, the availability to have their food drive.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, thank you. Next thing on the agenda is approval of a payroll. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to approve the February 28, 2021 through March 13, 2021 payroll register for $222,232.70.
I'll second that.
Motion's been made and seconded to approve the February 28, 2021 through March 13, 2021 payroll register for $222,232.70. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, would you open online voting, please?
Online voting has closed and it passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you. All right, next thing on the,
There's
It's a different range.
There's two
Okay.
different ones.
okay, sorry. Next thing on the agenda is approval of another payroll. Councilman Durst.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve March 14, 2021 through March 27, 2021 payroll register for $211,411.97.
We have a motion and seconded. There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the March 14, 2021 through March 27, 2021 payroll register for $211,411.97. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, would you please open online voting?
Online voting has closed and it passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you. The next thing on our agenda is accounts payable. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to approve the accounts payable register for the period March 13, 2021 through March 26, 2021 in the amount of $848,214.82.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the accounts payable register for the period of March 13, 2021 through March 26, 2021 in the amount of $848,214.82. Is there any discussion? Councilman Weissenberg?
Yeah, just out of an abundance of caution and to avoid the mere appearance of a conflict of interest, I'm gonna, invoke my ability to abstain in this matter.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting has closed. It passes with 6 yeas and 1 abstain.
Alrighty, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is a proclamation, for the, National Volunteer Week. Presenter will be Pam Thayer.
Honorable Mayor and Council, I'd like to introduce Sandra Dench. She is our new project coordinator, and I think a lot of you guys haven't met her yet. Before you, we have, a proclamation for National Volunteer Week, that we have been bringing to you, to this governing body probably for the last 4 or 5 years. And, I don't think, I'm not gonna read for time, but, we are just very blessed that downtown Rollins and the community has over 100 active volunteers that logged 2,500 hours this past year in 2020, even with the pandemic. And a lot of that was just like downtown money mania and giving out, that was all done through volunteerism. So even though we had the crazy pandemic, we still walked, quite a few hours. Any questions?
I would, let's see, we probably have to do the motion and second, right, on this? It isn't on the board docs, but,
Probably just need to read the proclamation.
Yeah, there's no second.
yeah, okay. Office of the Mayor, Rollins, Wyoming, proclamation. National, Volunteer Week, April 18th through April 24th, 2021. Whereas downtown Rollins and our community are blessed with over 100 active volunteers who logged 2,500 volunteer hours in 2020, and whereas these volunteers dedicated their time to improving the heart of our community through beautification, economic development, and marketing, and whereas the National Volunteer Week on April 18th through April 24th, 2021, is celebrated throughout the nation to focus national, state, and local attention to the vital role of citizens serving as volunteers and being an integral part of the fabric of our community. And whereas the voluntary sector is increasingly recognized as a third partner with government and business in building strong communities, and whereas the city of Rollins wishes to recognize these men, women, young adults, and children who have given up their time and talents to our community through the Rollins DDA Main Street. Now therefore, I, Terry L. Wycombe, Mayor of the City of Rollins, Wyoming, do hereby proclaim the week of April 18th through April 24th, 21 as National Volunteer Week. This will be dated the 6th day of April, 2021.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next thing on our agenda is, proclamation, Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
So April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, National Sexual Assault Awareness Month. So on behalf of Carbon County Co., we just ask that by signing the proclamation, we proclaim it as this month as, Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Jody is passing out some pins and some magnets to help raise awareness and to support those victims of sexual assault.
Test my reading skills. All right. Sexual Assault Awareness Month, April 2021. Mayor's proclamation. Whereas sexual violence is a devastating and intolerable crime affecting men, women, and children of all race, age, cultures, economic situations, and abilities. And whereas the National Violence Against Women Prevention Center estimates that 1 of 5 adult women has been forcibly raped at least once during their lifetime. And whereas sexual violence seriously affects our youth, with 1 out of every 3 girls and 1 out of every 6 boys being sexually assaulted before the age of 18. And whereas continued commitment is needed to ensure that all victims and survivors of sexual violence are treated with the dignity and respect they deserve and afforded the support they need to heal. And whereas to prevent further violence of our citizens, it is important that we foster greater public awareness of the causes and effects of sexual violence and commit to addressing this problem in every civic level. And whereas no one person, organization, agency, or community can eliminate sexual assault on their own, all must work together in eliminating perpetuation of rape and sexual assault. And whereas Carbon County Co. Requests public support and assistance and is worked towards a society where all people can live in peace, free of violence and exploitation. And whereas the vision of ending sexual violence can be a reality. Now therefore, I, Terry Wycombe, Mayor of Rollins, Wyoming, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2021 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. In Rawlins, Wyoming, I urge all citizens to join together to prevent sexual assault.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The next, thing on the agenda is a proclamation of the National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. And, turn it over to Valita.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, I have with me Anna Blackford. She's one of our newest dispatchers, but she's got a lot of experience. And our, interim chief, Chris Craig, is with me. The second week in April of every year, the full week of April is set aside to celebrate the telecommunicators, or as you know, dispatchers. We're actually what they call the very first responders. We answer the call and we get the help out there, and so this week is set aside for us. The city of Rollins has always been very supportive of our week, and I really appreciate it. We see other agencies that don't get the celebration like we do, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. This proclamation is the National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. Whereas emergencies can occur at any time that require police, fire, or emergency medical services, and whereas when an emergency occurs, the prompt response of police officers, firefighters, and paramedics is critical to the protection of life and preservation of property. And whereas the safety of our police officers and firefighters is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of information obtained from citizens who telephone the Rollins Police Fire Communication Center, and whereas public safety telecommunicators are the first and most critical contact our citizens have with emergency services, and whereas public safety telecommunications are a single vital link for our police officers and firefighters by monitoring their activities by radio, providing them information, and ensuring their safety. And whereas public safety telecommunications of the Rollins Police Department have contributed substantially to the apprehension of criminals, suppression of fires, and treatment of patients. And whereas each dispatcher has exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of their job in the past year. Now therefore, I, Terry Wycombe, Mayor of the City of Rollins, Wyoming, do hereby proclaim the week of April 11th through the 17th, 2021, as National Public Safety Communications Week in the city of Rollins, Wyoming, in honor of the men and women who diligently and professionally keep our city and citizens safe.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next, thing on our agenda is a proclamation for the National Crime Victims' Rights Week. And, I will turn it over to presenter Julie Hahn.
I have, our victim specialist, Melissa Myers and Tina Schenkel, and then our interim chief up here with us. National Victims' Rights Week, and they have the wrong date on the agenda. It's April 18th through the 24th. And one of the things, it's in honor of all victims and victim advocates. And one of the things that we're gonna be doing on the Rollins, Police Department webpage, each day, we will have something about each, the crime, our top 10 crimes usually is what we're gonna put on there, some educational material.
Okay. Thank you. So I will read the proclamation. National Crime Victims' Rights Week, it's April 18th through the 24th of 2021. Whereas Americans are the victims of 20 million crimes each year, affecting individuals and communities. Whereas years of investment in crime victims' rights and services have developed a system of victim response that can help victims recover from crime. Whereas reaching and serving all victims of crime is essential to supporting thriving communities, because those who
receive holistic services and support are more likely to remain invested in their communities. Whereas dedicated victim service providers are working every day to meet the needs of crime victims, yet there are still too many victims without meaningful access to rights and services. Whereas many victims face barriers such as isolations, distrust of authorities, language limitations, lack of transportation, or cultural barriers that keep them from accessing the services and criminal justice systems that can help them recover from crime. Whereas we must make a dedicated effort to expand the circuit of those prepared to respond to victims and link them to the resources that can help them recover. Whereas engaging in that broader array of healthcare providers, community leaders, faith organizations, educators, and businesses can provide new links between victims and services that improve their safety, healing, and access to justice. Whereas National Crime Victims' Rights Week provides an opportunity to recommit to ensuring that all victims of crime, especially those who are challenging to reach or serve, are afforded their rights to receive trauma-informed response. And whereas the Rawlins Police Department Victims Assistance Program is hereby dedicated to strengthening victims and survivors in the aftermath of a crime, building resilience in our communities and our victim responders, and working for justice for all victims and survivors. Now therefore, as Mayor of the City of Rawlins, Terry Wycombe, do by here proclaim the week of April 18th through the 24th, 2021 as Crime Victims' Rights Week, and affirm that the City of Rawlins will continue to commit to creating a victim service and criminal justice response that assists all victims of crime during Crime Victims' Rights Week and throughout the year, and to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation for those community members, victim service providers, and criminal justice professionals who are committed to improving our response to all victims of crime so they may find relevant assistance, support, justice, and peace.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next thing on our agenda is a proclamation, proclaiming the month of April as Community Banking Month. I would turn that over to, Crawford France, President and CEO of Bank of Commerce.
Thank you, Mayor and fellow council members. I would like to introduce my marketing, director, at the bank, Nicole Henley, as well. We appreciate the opportunity to stand before you today, and appreciate the proclamation on behalf of recognizing community banks and the role that they serve in supporting our community. We have a couple of very good community banks here in our community that have been the foundation and helped build this community from way back in the 1800s, and so we appreciate your support in recognizing community banks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I will read this proclamation. Excuse me. Community Banking Month is April 2021. Whereas community banks in Carbon County and across the state of Wyoming and all over the United States have served as a heartbeat of their communities since the mid-1800s, when community banking became more local, and whereas independent community banks like Bank of Commerce play a significant role in the local economy, in local economic development efforts and stimulate the economy, and whereas we celebrate community banking and recognize our community banks for the positive influence we have in Rawlins and the surrounding communities across Carbon County. And whereas Bank of Commerce has established a tradition of involvement in the communities we live in through various sponsorships and by volunteering in and around our community.
And whereas the Bank of Commerce, its staff, the board of directors continue to be strong and secure, giving our customers peace of mind because their deposits are safe. And whereas the Bank of Commerce and other community banking institutions are indeed the economic backbone in the county. And whereas it is important to enhance public awareness and understanding of the important role that community banks have played in the local and state economy and will continue to play in the future. And whereas Bank of Commerce relationship banking philosophy is ingrained in the way we conduct business, one loan, one customer at a time, and whereas nothing, not even a global pandemic, can stop community banks from operating, learning to adjust and use technology to keep customers engaged with their bank from a distance, continuing to advance banking from the palm of your hand, and whereas Bank of Commerce celebrates community banking, not just because it is what we do, but because it is who we are. Whereas April 2021 is Community Banking Month, recognized throughout the month of April to celebrate Bank of Commerce and other local community banks for their positive influence in Carbon County and beyond. Now therefore, I, Terry Wycombe, Mayor of Rawlins, Wyoming, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2021 as Community Banking Month. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the official seal of the city of Rawlins, Wyoming to be affixed this 6th day of April 2021.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
All right, one more proclamation, and it is Teacher Child to Save Month, and it is going to be presented by, also by Copper Friends, President and CEO of Bank of Commerce. Thank you.
Mayor, thank you, and apologies for all the proclamations, but I think we're in really good company tonight, so I appreciate the time that you're spending on this. We find this very important, as one of the things that we do, and one of the things that we see is saving rates across the country are very low. And part of it is I don't think we've educated our children at a young enough age. And so community banks across the entire country utilize the month of April to focus on teaching children to save and trying to change the habits so that we create a saving culture in these kids and that they don't have to live off the systems that are often provided by the government. So that's why we've requested this proclamation.
Okay. Teach Your Children to Save Month proclamation, which is April 2021. Helping children develop saving habits early. Whereas Bank of Commerce and other banks across the state of Wyoming and banks all over the United States value the children in our communities, and whereas Bank of Commerce is committed to creating a money savvy generation, and whereas Bank of Commerce, its staff and board of directors value education and will continually deliver financial literacy information to encourage strong leaders and smart money managers. And whereas we strive to familiarize students with financial education fundamentals at an early age to put them in the path to become smart money managing adults, and whereas Bank of Commerce offers kids savings accounts and makes saving fun for children to encourage early saving habits, and whereas we value our customers of all ages and encourage kids to start building a relationship with their hometown bank so that we can help them learn the value of smart money management to carry them into adulthood. And whereas we know kids who save are 3 times more likely to enroll in college and 4 times more likely to graduate than those without a savings account. And whereas April 21st, 2021 is Teach Your Children to Save Day, celebrated through the month of April to help students develop lifelong saving practices. Now therefore, I, Terry Wycombe, Mayor of Rawlins, Wyoming, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2021 as Teach Your Children to Save Month, and encourage families in our community to make a commitment to help their children develop saving habits early in life. It is never too soon to start laying the foundation for your child's future. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the official seal of the city of Rawlins, Wyoming to be affixed this 6th day of April, 2021.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you.
All right. The next thing on our agenda is the Goshen Help, presentation. Kyle Borger, did I pronounce that right?
You did.
Oh,
Hard G, the German.
I'm a German.
Well, there you go. I feel like I should have a proclamation for you,
But
I think you need a break.
I'll read it if you got it.
I wanted to take an opportunity to introduce my nonprofit to you. Goshen Help has, the contract for Carbon County through the Community Services Block Grant. And, you may have had, you know, a couple of different agencies who tried to serve you in the past, and, well, we're trying something new, and I wanna just talk to you a little bit about that. First thing we did was, in between when I was last scheduled to be here and when I've been here now, is Goshen Health decided to use a DBA, WYO Help, so that citizens in your county and the other counties that we serve would not get confused and think that they couldn't use them. So we use the DBA now, WYO Help. What we are is what's called a Community Action Agency. And the purpose of our agency is to work with community members, government entities, businesses, other nonprofits, and figure out how to make poverty go away. And do all of that with like $80,000 is what Carbon County has in that range. And a part of that was in my own county, I'm sitting there trying to figure out how to do it with my small pot of money and figuring out, I was spending most of my time trying to administer the grant, and a lot of our money was tied up in administrating the grant, and we were going to have to raise tens of thousands of dollars just to support the grant. And in fact, when I did the budget, we were raising more in donations than what the grant was supplying in aid, and that wasn't really making sense. So my bright idea, and convinced the board to do, was let's bring in a total of 6 counties, at least to begin with, and let's cost share. Because when I print a report for this federal grant, I can include all the counties in the one report. And when I calculate our outcomes and our reporting and everything, it's about the same amount of time. And you can pay one person to do that, and we can cost share case managers and project managers and all the other parts of it, and then we can have more funds to put back out into the communities that we serve. That's what we're trying to do this year. And of course, the pandemic came along and made things really interesting. So it's been an adventure in our first year. We started serving you October of 2020, and we didn't even get all the money until a little bit later. That's sometimes how it works. But what I'd like to do is, you've been presented with some fantastic ideas tonight. I want to commend your staff and a lot of the people in your community, because what community action is all about is strategic planning. Yes, we want to provide direct services to people to help them stay in their homes, to help to avoid evictions, and to help with utility payments, to maybe help with some medical payments. But all in all, when that's all you focus on, we find that we never actually see improvements in communities. My goal is that we want to empower people to become self-sufficient, and we want to help work in communities to help them to be self-sufficient as well, so that if you have a desire to do something, let us find a way to provide you a resource and help you to be successful and to have achievement. And let's work with economic development. Let's work with city governments. Let's work with other agencies and figure out how we can all address to where maybe somebody who's really struggling, where we can help support them. So what we would do is partner with a lot of the wonderful people you've had in this room to find ways to make sure that we're addressing the most vulnerable in our communities, the people who struggle the most, but we don't want to just keep them where they are. We want to help them to become valuable members of our communities. And we want to beautify our communities, and we want people to be happy in our communities and to have quality of life. Well, that is, again, really challenging with the amount of money that we have, but we can leverage it. I'll give you an example. In Goshen County, our first year administrating the grant, our grant was $77,500. By the end of our fiscal year, we'd raised the total, including the grant, of $129,000, because we were able to raise those donations. Because I opened a food pantry, and food pantries, people love to support. And that is one of the things I'm questioning about Rollins is, do you need a physical food pantry in addition to what you have? I need to ask some questions and to find out if there's support for it. There may not be, there might be. Is that what should happen? And that's part of what we would do, is investigate. Is there support for this project? One of the things that we are doing in Rollins is we've been paying rent and utilities. You may know that there's an emergency rent assistance program that's about to start. It's got $200 million in it. We won't need to provide that for you when that money is available, but we will be working to support that program with case management, and we can shift our funds to help your citizens in other ways. And we're making those shifts within our contract confinement. One of the other things that we are working on is providing mental health care services for people who can't afford it and have been impacted by the pandemic. We're now doing RFPs to work with local providers. If someone in your community wants to go to somebody who's local and they need help with it, we want to help provide that service. We're also looking at a national platform, though, that provides a digital access to therapy. It uses video therapy occasionally, but it's also text-based available. So you could be out on your ranch, and you might be saying to yourself, I don't want to drive in an hour to talk to somebody. But you could pop up your cell phone if you get cell signal. You might have to drive into town anyway. But you can text your therapist during business hours, 5 days a week. And so part of the experiment is, for somebody who might not normally use therapy, if we make it easily accessible, would it be more likely to be used? And so that is a part of what we're using our CARES Act funding that we received on your behalf, is we're trying to make it more accessible for people who might not normally use it, because we know a lot of people have been impacted with mental health through the pandemic. So we're trying to do that. What I'm planning for in the next year, because we're already looking at next year's application, is what should we do next? Should we investigate food? Should we investigate youth services? Should we investigate additional health support? And so those are some of the questions that we're trying to get from your community, from your citizens, because just like all of them said, we need normal feedback. We need to know whether our customers are satisfied with us. We need to know where people are willing to support and give their energies, and we want to support you. I mean, you have a lot more money than I do, but you have a lot more responsibilities as well. But how can we partner together? And one of the things that I'm doing is I'm president of an association that supports grantees like myself. And we have 6 counties, like I mentioned, but there's a total of 23 counties in Wyoming. There's about 18 of us that serve Wyoming through the Community Services Block Grant. We're trying to find out what connections and linkages that we have. Some of it's economic development. Some of it's the county prevention officers. Some of it is alternative youth services. Some of it is public health. And so we're working on trying to find out what everybody is already doing, even across the state, and finding out how can we stop providing duplicate services and how can we combine our resources and our knowledge? Because what I learned here, I might take to Crook County and say, hey, listen, Rollins just talked about this, here's what they did, you should get a hold of so-and-so. And it might be that we find out something from somebody else. And that's why your economic development team wants to work with other economic development teams. And so we hope to be a part of that with you. And we want to provide services for people in need in your community. Now, the county commissioners today just decided that they would like to have Goshen Health, WOW Health, provide case management support of the Emergency Rent Assistance Program. Still a couple more steps to take. But that was huge because that gives us a little bit of extra money to where we're gonna try to put our first staff person in Carbon County. We've been providing you services from Goshen County using telephone and video. Now we're looking at being present in your community. What that allows us to do is to be physical, to start to have some ownership within the community. We want you to own our portion in Carbon County. We need to be with the volunteers. We need to provide some of those volunteer opportunities, being part of community nights. We need WOW Health to be listed and people to understand what it does in Carbon County and in Rollins, so that when they see those volunteer opportunities, we can be a part of it. Because as somebody mentioned today in leadership class, wouldn't it be awesome if the people that you serve had the opportunity to volunteer and give back to their communities? And that's one of the things I'm working on with the police chief in Torrington, Wyoming, is how can we take volunteers and make them available throughout the community? And what are some of those types of things that we can do that gets people to be owners of WOW Health, but also their communities? And so that's, in a nutshell, a very brief idea of what we're dealing with. It's been a very busy year with the pandemic. I would love to talk with you in links later. If any of you have any questions, you can get a hold of me. And any way, shape, or form that we can have conversations with you to try to solve a problem, we'd love to do so.
I have a few comments. Do you have a card?
Yes.
Can I get one?
Yes.
I'm on a community resource center group that works exactly on those efforts, and we'd love to have you.
These are my old cards, because like I said, we just changed the name.
So that would be a good avenue for Carbon County, that community resource center. I commend you. I used to run the CSPG grant.
So you know,
It's a lot of work.
it is a lot of work, and we have a software program that isn't always cooperative.
Yes.
I understand it better than most, so that's good. But yeah, a part of the challenge is streamlining the reporting process so that my staff and our volunteers in the local community can go do the work without worrying about all the paperwork.
Yeah. But yes, the community resource, I'll reach out to you.
Great, thank you.
It'd be a good avenue for you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next thing on our agenda is the Carbon County Visitors Council grant application for the Latino Heritage Celebration.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council.
Gotta have a motion.
No, let's not motion yet. No, don't make that motion yet. I don't think you can you?
I think we can. Well,
Yeah, you can make a motion.
We can't just,
Absolutely. Yes, you can.
well, we're in America, so we can. We have to have a motion and a second and then
And then
discussion.
discussion? All righty then, go for it.
you want it, Davari?
Go ahead.
It's your baby. Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the resolution authorizing submission of an advertising grant to Carbon County Visitors Council in the amount of $2,000 in support of the Latino Heritage Celebration on Saturday, August 14th, 2021.
And I'll second that.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve the resolution authorizing submission of an advertising grant to Carbon County Visitor Council in the amount of $2,000 in support of the Latino Heritage Celebration on Saturday, August 4th, 2021. Now, for discussion, Patty, you're up.
Now, we have some amazing partners in this, and we just picked up another partner the other day. The library in coordination with the museum, we've got the Music Academy downtown, DDA, the City of Rollins Recreation Department, we've got, everybody is on board. The Visitors Council, of course, the Chamber is on board, so we're gonna have this little gathering, mark this down, it's a Monday, another meeting, but it's gonna be fun, I just know it. At 5:30 at the Academy, the Music Academy, we're having a gathering of volunteers so that we can get this celebration going. We got Johnny Sanchez on board again, so we're ready to roll. So all I need, of course, advertising money, but we do have that cultural trust grant that they held for us to pay for some of the music, so
Cool.
we're good.
What was that date again?
August 4th, oh, you mean
For
this
the
one,
meeting, Monday.
April 19th.
April 19th?
Yes, 5:30 Music Academy. I will send you an invite.
Thank you.
That's how they do that now, right? I will send you all an invite. I could do that.
And you'll send that to the whole council?
Absolutely,
Okay,
I
thank
don't want to leave anybody out.
And I wanna thank the Visitors Council for, getting involved and
We always count on them, and they're always excited to do this part, especially when we're bringing in that many people into the city for this celebration. So with this money, we can reach out further and wider with our advertising agencies. So,
I have some suggestions, so I'll be there on the 19th.
good, thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Councilman Weisenberg?
August 14th, it's saying that it's a depot park. I just wanna make sure 100% the splash pad is, gonna be in construction, so that's 100% gonna be guaranteed to be done, 'cause I don't wanna see something kick off like this and have construction.
Nobody's gonna give you 100% guarantee what they can't guarantee. I mean, you
We've
can't
been
force
around the
that.
block
They're
and
gonna
done
do
so
their
with
best.
that, absolutely. And DDA's partners, so.
And I
Yeah,
reached out to
We're out of
DDA.
they're under the pressure, they're under
Okay.
pressure here.
I just
City
wanna,
Hall is putting this
just
show
double check
on,
and
so
make
I
sure.
think we'll be okay.
Of course we will.
I reached out to DDA and they said everything would be fine.
I know, right, me too.
I'm ready.
They have that nasty one, we got it going.
I think it's a wonderful program. All right, any further discussion?
Go get it.
Please open online voting.
Go get it.
My computer went down, so I'm voting yes.
Very well done.
Right.
I missed the last one.
We didn't have a last
Myself.
It was nice.
Yeah.
Online voting is now closed and it passes with 7 yes.
Thank you
Ah,
very, very much. I'm excited to go forward with this.
Thank you,
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, next thing on our agenda is a resolution authorizing the city of Rollins to enter into the 2019 specific purpose tax account escrow agreement. Vice Mayor Wells.
Good job. I move to approve authorizing the city of Rollins to enter into the 2019 specific purpose tax account escrow agreement.
Do I hear a second? Councilman Durr seconded. All right, there's been a motion made and seconded to move to approve authorizing, the city of Rollins to enter into the 2019 specific purpose tax account escrow agreement. Any discussion? Jody?
Yes, Honorable Mayor and Council, what this will do is, this, the six pennies, the jurisdictions went out in 2019 to get a bond issue. That was completed December of 2020, and so during this time, the, county treasurer has withheld our, monies to us, and so once all of the jurisdictions sign this resolution and get it back, they'll be able to release that. So some jurisdictions actually bonded and will receive that money. Others like us did not bond but we will still benefit as part of that 610 to do our own, projects and such. So what we need is for this resolution to be signed so that they will release the money. And once all of the jurisdictions have turned in their resolutions, then they will release the money to us. And that's 2 million plus.
Thank you. Any questions? Please open online voting.
Yes.
Jody wants the money, she can have it.
Pardon?
So if you want the money, you can have it.
Oh, thank you so much. Online voting has now closed. It passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, the next thing on the agenda is, to approve the easement for Rocky Mountain Power Gateway, South project. And, I would entertain a motion. Or do I need a motion?
I believe you do on the, I don't know, yes.
It's on their estimate.
Vice Mayor Bell?
I move to approve the right-of-way
Oh.
easement grant with access route and all associated documents.
I'll second that.
Okay, there's been a motion made and seconded to approve the right-of-way easement grant with access route and all associated documents. Any discussion? Danielle?
Honorable Mayor and City Council, Rocky Mountain Power actually came back to us in September of last year and requested an easement option, which council did approve. There's been no changes from the easement option. So they are acting on that option and are requesting the easement for this project. It is going across the very southeast corner of the water treatment property. There's no impact to operations. There is a payment established to us within the lease of just over $38,000. And then part of the documents too, you'll see the map and then the access, easement as well. If you guys have any questions, I will try to answer them.
I think you're gonna have, this is where we, just on that corner, right, where the line goes over, whatever.
Yes, it's just the corner piece right there and, yeah.
Any other discussion? Please open online voting.
Yes.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Danielle.
Online voting has now closed and it passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you. The next thing on our agenda is the City of Rollins, liquor licensing enforcement. I guess we'll just have you, Sean, as a presenter.
Yep, I will take that. So Amy and Lynn have been working really hard, to develop some enforcement items, for liquor license holders. Before you, I think you have the two-page document. It basically goes through every single thing that we should be checking on liquor licenses. And just as a quick summary, I'll just mention a few items, like, when we go to check on these, we should be checking for the weekly operation, they should be stating that. The dispensing room size, verified City of Rollins liquor license prominently placed, verified State of Wyoming sales tax license prominently placed, verified State of Wyoming Department of Health food service, permit is prominently placed, responsible server training, and other permits, and I guess I'll kind of leave it at that, you can kind of read through that, but, I think this is a super important step that probably should have been done a few years ago when we, received ownership of, monitoring the liquor licenses, so I think this is a good time to get this in place and start enforcing these things. The next step that, the police department is working on right now is that, it's gonna be really close to this, but it's gonna be a specific checklist that they can just go. They're gonna check each one of them and go through each person or each entity, and the goal would be to check this monthly. And then and be able to provide a report back to city council, and you can see exactly what's happening with liquor licenses. So I think it's a super important thing, we should be doing it. And then also, Jared Craig, he's over, code enforcement, he's also over the TIPS trained officer, so he's kind of the one that will oversee this. And then I did designate our code enforcement officer to officially be able to enforce Title V, which is our liquor licenses, so he has that ability now. So that's kind of what I have for you tonight. Is there any feedback or any requests from council on this?
I got a text, during this meeting actually, about, one of the liquor license owners. So we're gonna have to educate these guys as to why we're doing this, and I'll tell you why. Just a little bit of what he said, he's not a fan of increased regulations. They're inspected by the fire department, state fire marshal, health department, police and liquor commission. They pay $1,000 annually and are required to have trained employees, and so he's kind of wondering where this ends, but I told him to call me tomorrow, so I can explain a little bit more. I don't think the liquor license owners, necessarily realized that the state quit doing it in 2017. And, so they don't understand that process, like we're sticking our nose where it don't belong, basically, that is what the way I kind of took that and from other conversations. So we're just gonna have to explain to them, you know, the state quit in 2017 and nobody began in 2017, so this is just a matter of us rectifying that. So you might pass that on to the people that are gonna be out getting beat up for this, because I just wanna make sure the liquor license owners realize that
It is our authority.
it is our authority because the state quit. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
And so I can see some confusion at first, but I do wanna thank you all for developing that list and doing that. I think it'll keep us on the right side of right. So, thank you for doing that.
Mr. Mayor, I wanna concur with you, and I had somebody call me too, and I, basically told them what you just said. I think that there's a good chance there'll be some small mistakes that need to be explained to them, that we're not out to challenge the liquor dealers, we're just doing what we're supposed to be doing, and should have been doing since, 2017.
More of an educational program than anything really, but most liquor license owners know the rules inside and out. They've studied them. It means enough where they've taken time to learn them, and so most people will understand why you're looking for this or why you're insisting on that or whatever. It's just a matter of letting them understand that the state isn't gonna do it, we have to. Any further discussion on that?
I think, also, I mean, along with that, I agree 100% with you on this. It's never been prevalent to the holders, you know, of the liquor license, you know, since the city adopted, and what had happened is they adopted just the ordinances or the laws of the state liquor commission at that time. So this is just a little modification to that of what, and us checking that, right? So I think they really do need to understand it's nothing different, it's just an enforcement and a check that should have been happening.
We're making it clear what it is.
Yeah.
Well, nothing, yeah, and you're right, nothing has changed, it's just, you gotta take it off.
Yeah, exactly. The state did it before, the city is responsible, liable for this now, so that's why this has come about.
But it's a great deal, and it'll keep us, this will solve a lot of problems in the future, so thank you for that. Is there any further discussion?
I guess, one thing in here, I guess, it says something about every, establishment is required to have at least one tip certified person available at all times, alcohol is sold, so I understand that, but there's they have 4 months to get that also. Is that,
A new hire has 4 months.
okay,
So a new employee has 4 months. However, when this was enacted, there was a grace period to get everyone trained. Once that initial grace period was over, essentially every establishment has to have a tip certified employee or volunteer when they're dispensing alcohol. And that goes for open container permits as well.
okay.
So from day one, they have to have tips when they get their license?
When it was enacted, they had a grace period, but
After,
after that, absolutely, yes.
is that after acquiring the license or after, becoming operational?
So for many of these, the tips training or the responsible server training was enacted after they were, received their initial license. So they were already current operating, retail liquor license holders. And so with this change, they received some time to get the required training. And I would defer to the police department on what that grace period was. That was many years ago, and that was under, coordination with, I believe at that time it was the chief of police, I believe, former Chief Rutherford was present, and Teresa Pacheco, were instrumental in getting the TIP, responsible server training.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I think I just got confused. So from day one, they have a 4 month, or they no longer have that?
So when it was officially enacted, every retail liquor license holder or, license holder had a period of time in which to gain compliance, to put their employees through, so that each shift or each time they're serving alcohol, there is a tip certified person on staff.
Okay.
So moving forward, as you get new employees, there's a 4 month grace period. If I hire you as a bartender today and you do not have tips training, you have 4 months to obtain that tips training. And if you do not get it in the 4 months, then you're in violation of the code. But currently, all, alcohol, license holders have to have at least one tip certified employee on site.
Okay. So is the 4 months, is that arbitrary, or is that what we put in our ordinance?
That is exactly what's in Rollins Municipal Code.
In the ordinance, okay, okay.
Well, and I think when they enacted it, it was like, okay, it takes effect, but not everybody had it, so they gave them 4 months to get it.
Sure, well, but that's not what she's saying. What she's saying is if you had a bar right now and I started work today, I'd have 4 months to get the tips training.
Right,
And what I just wanted to understand that was a rule.
but when it first started, that meant everybody, but now, 4 months is over, so that warning period is over, so you have to have one on staff. And then if you're new, you got 4 months, but you're overseen by somebody that has that current training.
Right, I just wanna make sure that, yes, I agree. I just wanna make sure I understood.
So when it says on staff, that is someone on site at all times during the hours of operation, correct?
That's correct. So if a police officer arrives at your establishment and they're doing an alcohol or, code enforcement liquor license inspection, part of their duties can be to request who is your certified tips, employee. They have to have or present them with a card. They have to have that card on their person, on the facility. The officer will then look to verify that it is current and, takes photographics to verify that it is, and make note of that. They came to this liquor establishment number 210, and they were able to observe, prominently placed alcohol, or City of Rollins liquor license that's current, and a sales tax license from the state of Wyoming that's current. And again, we have no enforcement action on either the Department of Revenue or the Department of Health. Those are simply evidence that that business is fully operational and intends to follow the rules and regulation of the state and the local authorities. But we're not taking any enforcement action relative to the sales tax certificate or the, restaurant licensing. It's simply just, is it there, is it present, is it prominent, is it current? Yes. But there's no enforcement action for that.
So, in this, do we need to make sure it says that it says, they're on duty and not just staff like that at the time?
Well, this is not an ordinance, this is
Yeah,
a
yeah.
check sheet.
I mean,
The ordinance says it,
the
this
ordinance,
just is checking it.
so the ordinance says it has to be on duty.
So you would fall back to the responsible server training specific ordinance in the book, and that's gonna give you the specific, requirements. The 4 months is gonna identify the requirements for the initial training, that it's renewed every 3 years, those types of things. And then something to note for the general public, is, again, this does apply to open container permits issued from the city of Rollins. So if you're a nonprofit or organizations requesting an open container to sell alcohol or malt beverages in the city of Rollins, you have to comply with that responsible serving trainer requirement. So you have to have someone on, or during your program, or during your event, the entire time, who's tip certified. So it's not just the employees, it also applies to our nonprofits, who have an open container permit. And our officers will be spot checking those, events as well.
Thank
So
you.
it's not just the retail liquor licenses or the alcohol or the liquor license holders that are, going to receive code enforcement attention. Actually, code enforcement will be looking at temporary dispensing room permits, extended club hours that this council approves at the beginning of every year, open container permits, and street closure permits that coincide with it. So it's not just, while the licensees may think it's directly targeted to them, it's the entire chapter and association with it. So it's also nonprofits or others that request an open container permit. We'll be looking to verify that they're following the rules imposed, and hopefully it's an educational component, and we're able to work with everyone to get compliance. Again, this is no change, from what was in place in 2017. It's simply putting in place the policies and procedures to ensure that we are enforcing this, and that we're providing you with the information that you need to ensure that everyone is following them.
Yeah, it's not changing any rules, it's just how we're gonna make sure the rules are enforced, and that's this. Okay, thank you. So at this point in time, I would entertain a motion to go into executive session. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to go into executive session at 9:48 PM for Wyoming statute 164405, consider receiving any information classified as confidential.
Second. Been a motion made, second, to go into executive session at 9:42 PM, for Wyoming statute 16-4-405, to consider or receive any information, classified as confidential by law. Open online voting?
Yes.
Online voting has now closed, and it passes with 7 yeas.
Somebody's gonna have to call me.
Okay.
We'll have to call Linda.
Right here.
And, changed my, changed it.